She will give me the slide. Held in person in Trogir, Croatia, and online via Zoom. My name is Jasna Popović. I'm the head of the Conservation Department in Trogir, Ministry of Culture and Media, and I will be the morning sessions moderator. I apologize for the technical issues yesterday. We were hacked, unfortunately, but I hope today everything goes smoothly. I have to say we had a great audience, more than 70 people in the room yesterday, and together with the online audience, more than 200 people altogether. And we have a very exciting program today as well. Many relevant lectures, speakers experienced in the field. Please, for all the audience, especially the online audience, make comments in the chat room, share resources, create connections, and we invite you to be very active in the round table at the end of today. Just one note for all the speakers, about 5 minutes before the end of your time slot, I will make this little noise just to warn you about the time. Without further ado, I present our first speaker today, Lea Vailnot. Lea works for the Estonian Rescue Board. She's an advisor in the Emergency Management Department. Her main topic is preparedness for crisis. She worked for Estonian Defense Forces, Defense League in various posts. She has a degree in law. She also graduated from Baltic Defense College Higher Command Studies course, where she studied strategic planning. She's going to talk about collaboration between the Estonian Rescue Board and the heritage sector. Lea, can you hear us?
Yes, hello everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, perfectly. So thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Linda, would you be so kind and share the slides? Yes, thank you very much. Hello, everybody, and it is an honor to to speak to you and to share with you my experience with collaboration with national cultural heritage institutions in Estonia. And just to next, please. Just to give you an overview why it is important to collaborate between different agencies is because Estonia is a very small state. Yes, we do not have earthquakes. We do not have really extreme weather with typhoons or hurricanes. But what we do have is a neighbor that is hostile and currently in war with another neighboring country. And this is something to consider while talking about collaboration between agencies. And also we have actually a lot of forest. We have forest fires. We still have about 800 fires in different buildings every year. We still, sometimes it happens that the sea rises and we have accidents due to that. So it's a small country, but we have to be aware. The blue dots on this map you see are the 175 museums there are in Estonia. So quite a lot of them, and this is only museums. In addition, there are churches and there are other cultural heritage places. So to be prepared means that you need to plan, you need to talk to each other, and also to have exercises just to go through what you have planned. Next, please. Also, the basics, why we talk about why culture is important for us as people, or also for us as a rescue board. So I looked at our constitution, and it says that with unwavering faith and steadfast will to strengthen and develop the state, which shall guarantee the preservation of the Estonian nation, language and culture through the ages, the people of Estonia adopted the constitution. So actually our constitution says that culture is something we have to value. If we lose our cultural heritage, what is there to protect? Yes, the land and the people, but we need our roots. We need something to hold on. We need our history. This is what we based our constitution on. So to go on, the second point in our country is the comprehensive approach of the national defense, meaning that it's not only about preparing for the war and the military side, but every agency, every person has to know their role in crisis and be prepared. It took a long time. It took many years for us to get to the heritage sites, but a few years ago we started to plan and to plan for crisis with our agency, and we started to look also into museums, knowing that yes, we in the rescue board, we can be prepared, because to rescue is something that we do daily. We study it, we exercise, we do all sorts of stuff. But the people in museum, from our point of view, they are, they are artists, maybe. The bohemians that maybe they know their art, they know their cultural heritage, but actually to plan ahead how to protect it from the crisis and really pre-prepared. Maybe it should be planned better. Next, please. So what we did is we got together. We also involved the police, and we've had so far 3 different kind of exercises. We didn't let the COVID stop us, so we used the means we had. We had our first exercise online using only online tools, but still we started with a fire, thinking that, okay, we need to begin from somewhere, and we built the exercise on a fire in one of the museums in Estonia. And what we learned is that yes, people are overly optimistic. The people who work in the museum, they think that they are on call 24 hours, 7 days a week. So they never get sick, they never leave home, and they are always prepared to be in the museum to unlock the doors within 5 minutes, which we prove them they are wrong. Also, they didn't actually have a plan what things are really important in that particular museum and where to take them, and how long time does it take to take them out of the museum which is burning at that time. Do you need protection? Do you need security? If the museum burns down, how long does it take to repair the things that you saved? All these questions that we asked, actually, in the end of the day, they realized that these are relevant questions. They didn't have really good answers. But we also found out that not everybody in the museum knew their role, meaning that, yes, in a regular peacetime, they know what to do. But when we asked, when you get the call from the rescue board asking them, well, you have a few minutes to tell me what needs to be rescued, we actually have a few minutes window, and we can get something, for example, out from the first floor. You really actually have to have the plan and be able to guide us. So you need to have the plan. Who knows what needs to be rescued? Who knows where the keys are so we don't break everything? And also, who do you call first to evacuate things from the museum? All these small questions. Also, make agreements. Where do you take them? The warehouses. And the warehouses, maybe you need to keep the things there for a year or maybe 2 years. Small things. So the next year we thought that, okay, we made a beginning. Maybe things have gotten better, and maybe it's too boring to do the fire 2 years in a row. So the next year we tried storm with a different museum, and yet again we found out that the people are overly optimistic, and they actually don't know how long does it take to cover a huge amount of area. If the museum lies over several hectares of land, it has several different buildings, several different entrances, and maybe there are hundreds of people visiting the museum at the time of the accident. How do you know how many people are in the museum at that time? How do you get them out? Do you have enough staff, people who can help actually evacuate people? What kind of contract do you have with your security agency? How many people, security guards, can they send you? How much time does it take? Do you know how to guide a policeman, a police officer, or the fireman who are coming to rescue? If you have only one security officer and this only one is getting people out of your museum, who do you send to the gate and let the police and the rescue board in? Uh, also, all these small things actually played a role and showed the people of the museum that you need to prepare it, you need to have a plan, you need to talk through these things, and not only talk through, but you have to really go through them in real life, play them through, because otherwise you don't know how much time does it take, you don't know how many people do you need to fulfill any different kind of tasks, and you don't know what the outcome will be. So the third year we decided that the security environment in Europe is so much changed that we will have a different kind of exercise for next museum, and we tried civil unrest and the war. How well are you prepared if there are riots on the streets? And as it was a police museum, or at least a part of it was a police museum with full of things that police do not use anymore. But for example, there are police uniforms, police cars that the bad guys, the people from the riots, they can use in their advantage. So we don't want them to get these things from the museum. They are not that valuable as a part of the cultural heritage, but still we don't not want them to get them from the museum. So how do you protect the museum? Who gets the call? And although Estonia is a really small state, how long does it take to drive from one point to another? If there are riots, can you actually access the museum? What are the real things that you can do? How do you close the windows, or how do you close the doors? Who are the people responsible of selecting the items that are really worth protecting, and so on? And then from then on, we got the war, or actually the evening of the war, or not the evening, but the morning of the war. Do you know where to evacuate? What are the valuables that really need to be protected? And what kind of people do you have? Because if there is also a mobilization and full-grown men are mobilized by the military, then who do you have actually in your hands to protect the cultural heritage sites? So all these questions we asked, we got some answers, but still we concluded that we have a long way to go. And we hope that next year we have the next exercise with a different scenario. But this is something that needs to be done. As I said, there are 175 museums in Estonia, and we've only done exercises in 3 of them. Next, please. So what we've learned, or what are the benefits of having this kind of collaboration and having these kinds of exercises? First of all is use all the tools in the box. And the box is actually unlimited. Don't get stuck on the fact that maybe there is a virus and you cannot get outside of your home office, because you can actually use online measures. You can talk to people, and it is possible to have exercise via internet. As you see on the upper side of the picture, we all stayed online. It is difficult, but still. Also, use all the partners that you have. You are never alone. There are so many different agencies that you can ask for help, and there are always people who are willing to help you. You just have to communicate and make connections, and it is important. So use all the tools in the box, and it goes both ways. It's not only that the museums benefit from it, it's also the police, the rescue board, all the participants, because for example, for the rescue board, we get to know in advance what is important, and how we can help and be better prepared in case of crisis near or inside the cultural heritage place. So it gives us broader understanding what to do, but also to the cultural heritage sites. So it's not only that the rescue board can use, for example, use only water to put a fire, but there are also other measures. And for us, in order to use them, and in order for us uh, to know that we need to use them, is that we know what needs to be protected in that particular place. And what we've done in Estonia is that we've asked for every museum.
Pays taxes, has a house and a mortgage and a business and all that jazz. If I had to quit everything now and struggle the way I struggled as a stand-up comedian, it would never.
Okay, that was pretty interesting. But to go on, so that what we've done in Estonia is that we've asked to prepare for every museum a piece of paper with questions where we ask, please give us the description, what's inside of the museum, who are the contacts, where is the nearest water hydrant, what kind of protections do you use, and so on. So they have to give us to their, actually upload it online to our webpage. So in case of crisis, we can use this information, and when we get to the site, we know which door to use or to avoid, just to be just to be helpful. And also we know the correct contacts, who to call, who to invite if we have time, any time at all, whom to call, and maybe save some of the valuables, some of the cultural heritage things. It's also about shared knowledge. Dealing with crisis is something that the rescue board does every day. It's not only the fire service, but in Estonia, rescue board also is a civil protection board, meaning that it's our task to prepare other agencies for civil protection and give them knowledge how to make the plans, how to prepare the people to behave in times of crisis. And it is important that because it always comes down to the weakest link, and usually the weakest link is the person. Does he
Linda?
know?
Lea, sorry,
Yes.
just 5 more minutes, okay? Sorry to interrupt.
Yes. So it comes to the person. Does he know whom to call? How does he know how to act? The details. Sometimes people really don't know it's not allowed to smoke in particular places, or how to turn off the electricity, small things. So when we share knowledge, we all are doing better. And also what we've learned during these exercises is that planning is everything. There are a lot of smart people who've said that plans are nothing, but planning as an action, as an activity is everything. Because while we are planning, and we are planning ourselves, not buying them from other people, while we are planning, we are actually thinking through different options, how to react in different crises. And also, if we exercise these plans, we are better prepared and better ready when we actually need to use these plans. So this is what I wanted to share with you with my experience and the rescue board experience. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I believe I have a couple of minutes left.
Thank you, Lea, very much. Lea was also one of the instructors in the initial Prevent course, so many practical advice for our colleagues working in museums. So what I got, like the main message from your lecture is that we all need to have a plan, right? We need to reach out because we are not alone, and also we need to exercise the plans, right?
Yes, correct.
So thank you very much. We have a very, very thick schedule, so we have to move on. Lea, thank you again. And I now present Erika Hedhammer, our next speaker. Erika is a risk management advisor at the Swedish National Heritage Board. She has a background as a textile conservator. She has often dealt with water or fire damaged objects. She graduated from ICROM course on first aid to cultural heritage in times of conflict in Rome in 2010. Erika was also one of the instructors in our initial Prevent course. Erika, are you with us?
Yeah, now I'm here, yeah. And I think I share my presentation now. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming here, and very nice to hear the other speakers also. I'm Erika and I work at the Swedish National Heritage Board, and we have our task is to work with the museums and help them to make good things in the museum. And one of the tasks is to have a good fire safety or good safety for the collections. And I will tell you a little bit how we have worked with the museums in Sweden and for different risks. There I will, yeah, next. These are some recent fires in Sweden. There were a church in 1990 that there were a fault in equipment. There were another museum called Muramaris, you see here, that was a deliberate fire. They don't know why really, but they knew that there were teenagers in the house and it started to burn. Another house that was from a kitchen and it burnt down, and also a person died in the house. And there is also another fire from 2012, sorry, that were a technical equipment that was the cause of the fire. And I think also fire safety in these historic buildings and museums is a problem sometimes, because there is a challenge that because they're old buildings and many of them are without fire alarms and no sprinklers. And if you want to make an installation of a fire alarm and sprinkler in these especially listed buildings, you need permission from the country administration, and that you have to take care of the historic environment, and you have also to be sure about the installations. You have to make good good things, both to care about the fire safety and to the cultural heritage value. I think some of you heard my colleague yesterday, Johan Hamberg, talk about some of these. Another problem is also that many of the museums have very big, large fire compartments. That means that fire can be very well spread if they start. And there are many windows, doors, and walls that is not fire resistant, and that can also be a problem to the fire safety. We also have a lot of wooden towns and narrow streets in Sweden that can be a very challenge for the fire safety. But go back to the museums. We recommend them to do first a risk analysis, and I will tell you more about that. We also recommend them after that to make an emergency response plan. And after that also to train, and during the training you can change the plan. You can see if the plan works out well, or if you have to adjust something in the plan. We realized that the risk analysis for the museums were kind of difficult. They know that, oh, they should do it, but they didn't really start with it, and we wanted them to help them to do it. So we asked to have some volunteer museums. So there were 4 museums together with us, and we looked at a lot of different risk analysis tools and risk analysis reports and so on. And then we realized that they wanted something to fill in. They wanted something to be very easy for them to make the risk analysis, and they also wanted to have a report in the end of the risk analysis there, where they can go to their boss, or they can go to the administration and say, here is the risk analysis for our museums, and we think we have to invest in this and this and this, and we have to do this and this and this. So we made a little tool out, I will show you later, in an Excel file, and then they have tried to use it, and I think it worked out quite well, because now we also have 10 regional museums that we have a little, what we call a study circle. That's a kind of working group together. So we try to make this risk analysis together. We meet 4 times a year now, and we have a Teams meeting, and we have 4 or 5 museums together, and they can help each other to make this risk analysis. And we have questions, and they can kind of say what was good, what was bad, what was complicated to make your risk analysis. And I think that's been a very good way. That's a good thing also, that we can use Teams now and online sessions with this, and they can help each other. I will go further to as a basic for these risk analysis. We have used this ICROM publication, which I think is really good. If you haven't seen it, you should look at it. I think it's really good, and they also like this thing of doing how to do the risk analysis. But what they wanted to have is something to fill in, and they also sometimes thought that there were a lot of figures, and they wanted to make it a little bit simpler. So we made we used these 10 agents of deterioration from Canadian Conservation Institute, and of course you see there are fire and there are water. But we also wanted them to think about what can they see in their museums. Is there something else than this, and we have also some suggestions from these 10 deterioration factors. So we made an Excel file where they have some suggestions of what can happen. Of course, fires were one of them, and fire from electricity, fires from aerosol, and so on. And then we also wanted them to think from their museum, what can happen to our museum, what has happened in our museums, and then they said, is it probably that it could happen, and what's this consequence? And then after that, they could have this risk analysis as a report, as a PDF report. And what I think also were important is that we also have started to collect data about things happening in museums in Sweden. We have had a questionnaire to most of the museums that are financed from the official. They are about 200, I think, and during 2021 there were 3 fires in Swedish museums, and none of them were destroyed any collection, and all of these 3 were from technical equipment in the museums. So I think that's something that we know that we have to work with and inform about how to avoid that. We also looked at official statistics from other, the Swedish fire brigades fill in of forms about what they do. And there you can see that there were 11 fires in museums and libraries. They kind of collect them together. So we know that there are over quite a few fires, but still there are fires. And if you see also in the statistics there, they are deliberate fires, there are technical equipment, there are candles, smoking, children playing with fire, cooking experience, and also quite a lot of unknown fires. And this, I think this is very helpful for museums when they do the risk analysis. They can go back to see to the statistics, what has happened in other museums, what has happened in the area before, and what could be reasonable things that could happen in the museums. And we also wanted them to have a good preparation, as I said, that we wanted to have a disaster plan or emergency plan. And then we want them to ask the fire brigade if the fire brigade have something that we call the framkörningskort, which is a document for the fire brigade, how to go to the museum and what information can they get already in the car when they are going to the museum. So many museums, many big museums have this card where they have information when they go to the place about the museum, where to put the cars, where to go into the building, and so on. Of course, that's the issue, that the fire brigade should make this card. But we want the museum to ask the fire brigade if they have that, because that's good information for the museum and also a good thing for the fire brigade to have to make a good job. Many museums also have this. That's a card for the fire brigade to orientate inside the building. And you see here there are some umbrellas. The umbrellas means that here is valuable objects. Here are things that you have to take care of, that could be that you don't have to destroy when you extinguish the fire. And that's something that the owner of the building should do together with the museum staff or the museum things. But quite many of the museums have this now, and it's a good thing for the fire brigade to know where they are and how they should work in this building. And sometimes also, if you have a sprinkler and alarm system, they should also have routines for that. I think I won't go into that more. But what we also think the museum should have is an emergency plan, and there's something that the museum has to do. And when we ask the museum about this, we know that about 30% of the museums now have a disaster plan or emergency plan, and we hope that there will be more museums doing this right now, and we know that there is a big task for the museum to work with this, and it takes quite a long time, but it will be very useful once you have got it, and you of course you have to adjust it, but still you have a basic for it. But still, you see, we have to work a little bit more with this, because it's not every museum that have this. And in that, we want, of course, we want them to have contact information. How should the fire brigade get contact with the museum and the museum staff so they can make good decisions when they go to the museums. And we also want them to have prioritized what objects or what parts of the building should be prioritized if something happened. I will take next slide. Yeah, and there the rescue plan. We want them to have. There should be lists of things that would be something that they should protect or maybe evacuate in the first case. And yeah, here's from an old church where they have taken out part of the church in case of a fire, and we don't want them to say we want them to have a good decision if it's fire in the museums, and we don't want them to say take something that looks old. We want them to have a much more better information about what they should take out if possible. And therefore we have used this is how English Heritage work with these. This is and we have adjusted it a little bit for make them more as a Swedish fire brigade works. So here they have a form to fill in with pictures of the objects that they want to be evacuated first, and we have also adjusted it so it works with the fire brigade's other documents. It should be as much as they would know how to use it. And here you can see this is from a training course we had where we have the objects, and we have it should be easy to take out the things that the museum want to in the first case. We also have had some training courses for museums, and we have a kind of realistic trainings with things from that's not really museum objects, but we have used old objects. And here they also the museum staff also had the possibility to try to go into a smoke-filled room so they can see that it's kind of complicated for the fire brigade to find things in a building that's totally dark and with a lot of smoke in it. And we also train them to how to cooperate with the fire brigade, that they should have one person that have communication with the fire brigade, but also what I think is important is that the museum staff should take their part in the accident. They should be involved with the fire brigade and have communication with them during the time, and not just step back and let them do the job. And I think at least in Sweden that has been a little complicated because they are they think that the fire brigade will do it, or but we really encourage them to be in contact with the fire brigade and have discussions how to solve this together. And we all
Erika, 4 more minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I just have a few slides left, and we also have an example of how they can organize their staff with different tasks for different persons in case of a fire. What I think was a little complicated also were to when we trained together with fire brigade were to because they were very keen on take out everything very fast. And in this training course, they just took the table out with a tablecloth and everything on it. And as these objects are not real museum objects, they were not very vulnerable, but they just threw them out. And of course, nothing were destroyed, but in case this would be very old things that I think it might be more complicated. So I think that was really a challenge to say, stop, be careful with the objects, and you should take them very carefully out and not in the hurry. I don't know if somebody have a good advice to how to teach these better. And yeah, of course, what we have learned then is that fire safety in cultural heritage buildings need cooperation, and fire safety in ongoing process. It's not ended when you have done your rescue plan or something. And fire safety includes all the stuff in the museums, and fire safety includes both technical and organization measures. Thank you. That was my last slide, I think. Yeah.
Thank you, Erica. Thank you very much. I think you brought a couple of interesting notions to the topic. We need to collect data, right? Statistics about fire and heritage sites, which we don't have, most of us, but also on sources of fire. We need to understand what causes fire in heritage places. So thank you, Erica, for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Tonči Prodan. He is assistant professor at the University of Split. He served as head assistant of the Office of the National Security Council. He has been dealing with issues of national and international security, cooperating with representatives of many foreign states and international organizations on security issues, and has participated in the work of expert bodies of the European Union and NATO. For his work in the field of security at sea in 2019, he was chosen as one of the local heroes in the project launched by the European Commission called Together for a Safer European Union, EU Protects. Tonči, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Jasna. Good morning. It is my pleasure to participate on such event with a lot of professionals from cultural heritage and many other professionals, security professionals and firefighters. Let me introduce shortly my teammate, General Laušić. He has been dealing with security issues for more than 50 years. So we usually work in teams, so it is for sure added value for any risk assessments team. So we are going to discuss the three main concepts from our point of view as security professionals. That is risk assessment, security and safety protection plan, and also the crisis team, the action of crisis team in time of crisis situations. What is the relation? First of all, risk assessment should be issued as a written documents, and afterwards the plan should be also issued. So I will tell a little bit more on the later slides, and also the crisis team and their actions should be proposed and planned. So the security team, as you can see on this slide, is consisted of security professionals and experts, makes a document called risk and security assessment. That is the first phase and the first step, on the basis of which the security experts prepare a security protection plan, which, among other things, contains procedures related to crisis management and the structure and organization of the crisis team itself. So, as you all know, there are a lot of cultural heritage in the town of Split, where I'm coming from, in Trogir and whole Croatia, like there are many of cultural heritage in your countries as well. So we choose this location marked in blue, Blasa. So that is the desert Blasa, situated on the island of Brač. And we are going to assess the fire risk example of this location. Regarding the history model, or the history way of how we are assessing, that is one of the methods. We found out that this location was endangered with fire in 2011, like you can see, and that's 230 people had to be evacuated from this location, and the fire covered the 2,300 hectares of the forest and the surrounding area, and 5 Canadian firefighting airplanes were engaged in this action. So it was 11 years ago. So where is this cultural heritage is situated? On the island of Brač. You can see the black dots. That is the location of the town of Split. And this is the island of Brač, and you can see the red dots. That is the Pustinja Blata, or the desert of Blata. Regarding the situation that we had, and I mentioned 11 years ago, the Canadian firefighting airplanes are situated in the town of Zadar, and it takes approximately 15 to 20 minutes flight from location Zadar to the location of Brač. And that is also should be considered when you are making some plans and when you are assessing the risk. So you can see it's a beautiful cultural heritage. Is there, the next question is there a good transport and a traffic connection? Because like I said, it is situated on the island, and the firefighters have a much more complicated job than it is when you have some cultural heritage situated on the shore. So this is the short history about the Blata, or the Desert Blata. Its monastery is located on the southern side of Brač Island. It began in a stone cave where a couple of monks of the Croatian Glagolitic order used it as a place of solitude to dedicate themselves to God. It was in 16th century, and the monastery Blata was in 2007 thankfully added to the UNESCO World Heritage tentative list. And that's why this location should be protected as good as possible. So just to imagine, just to put you on this site, on this place, there are no solid roads there. There are also there are only macadam roads, and the most of them are pathways in the which are partially within 1 to 3 meters. There is a pathway A and the pathway B. And this is the way from the southern part, from the beach to the monastery, and the distance is 2.5 kilometers. And also the same distance is from the upper side, from the northern side, or also the macadam road. Like I said, very narrow, and it is not appropriate for the transport of the firefighting equipment, etc. This is the beach situated at the southern part of this location, and this is our team walking from this beach to the site. Like I said, it is way 2.5 kilometers long. It is very narrow, like you can see this, and I'm emphasizing this because the equipment should be carried on your shoulders. Then there is no other way for the quick reaction. So you see that there is a lot of low vegetation here. I will come later on to this basin. Here you can see monastery from the southern side. This is the interior, and I would like to stress that there are a lot of easily flammable materials. You can see almost all the materials inside are made of wood, which is easily flammable, and also the textile, and you will see that the paintings, everything is easily flammable. You can see from this perspective also this macadam road. Well, when we are talking about the fire risk, there are 4 components that we are assessing: equipment, persons, environment, and risk behavior. Regarding the equipment, we notice that there is a lack of firefighting devices or equipment on the site, and there is no electricity for pumps. There is no electricity from the city grid at all. So regarding the persons, during this symposium, the training personnel was mentioned a couple of times, many of times. There is also, we noticed that there is a lack of training of those personnel there, and there is also even a lack of awareness, not just for the fire risks, but for the other risks that we assess there. Regarding the environment, like you seen in previous slides, it is very heavy terrain with a very rich vegetation there. Regarding the risk behavior, grilling and open flames are very usual on this location, especially at the southern part on the beach, and it poses a really big threat in terms of fire risk. And smoking also is very usually on this location. So regarding the security plan, that was the vulnerabilities that we registered on the first phase of this risk assessment. Furthermore, we also noticed that there are no signs that that are warning the visitors that there is a great danger of fire on this location. So that was one of our proposals, to put those signs all around this place. Also, that is smoking is forbidden, and also using the open flame. There was no any signs on this location. Also, since there was no any firefighting equipment on site, we also proposed to place those equipment on site, and also to put the sign that the firefighting equipment is located 100 meters from this point. So also this was also missing. It is firefighters, and you also are very aware that the sand is a very useful tool or material to extinguish the fire on initial phase. So that's why we proposed also to put several of fire extinguishing sands there. Also, this is the backpack firefighting pump. There was no any pump there also in location, and we proposed to put those pumps in metal cages here, and the key is this is located there, so it is easy to open for anyone who wants to react and who is capable. Also, there was a lack of brooms or any other equipment, so we haven't found there. The firefighting diesel pump will come later on this. So previously I mentioned this basin, which is located very near to the monastery, but it was unused. That's why we proposed to put this pump close to this basin with the nozzles and with the other equipment with the firefighting lines, in order to be capable to react on the initial phase of a fire. What is the end goal? The end goal is quick reaction. From our point of view, that is the most important, and that is focused on the ability of employees who are always inside, citizens or visitors, to remove a security threat before it causes significant material damage, or to destroy it in its beginnings, or the most important is initial fire extinguishing. Quick reaction trained and informed personnel, and plus adequate equipment, that is the key for resolve many of those problems related to fire risk. But what about crisis team? The security protection plan contains procedures for dealing with the times of crisis, thus leading to the formation of a kind of headquarters. That is, crisis team made by different professions, institutions. According to our experience, it is very important to have interdisciplinary teams. I'm the General Laušić is very experienced. Like I said, he has 50 years of experience in criminal matters, in criminology, and he has been dealing with a lot of these issues in that 50 years. Also, I have been dealing with these issues for more than 30 years. So also in our team is composed of also with the cultural heritage professionals, conservators, curators, art historians, and many other professions who are very aware of those risks and of value of the cultural heritage. So what about the crisis headquarters? They are slow. They are not on site. That's why they are slow. They can't respond on site in case of Blaca, and they are decision makers on some other questions, for example, like evacuation of valuable assets. But that is the second phase of this problem. They will coordinate actions, but too slow and too late for quicker response. In this example of forest fire. Who constitutes a crisis team, heritage workers, on this particular case, that is the director, and 3 of employees, state bodies, for example, conservators, emergency services like police, fire department, mountain rescue, civil protection, employees, and others, local authority, as for example, mayor, and security experts. You have listed the crisis team duties and roles. They are issuing, prioritizing regarding the saving human lives as first, and afterwards to prioritize what assets and what cultural heritage are going to be saved by the priority things. So they're also planning the next steps. They are ordering actions, like we mentioned earlier, like it is evacuation of people. PR job is also very important to communicate with the community, with the audience, what is happening there, in order to raise awareness of how important is that for concrete for a specific community. Also, they are holding occasional meetings when there is no crisis in order to be better prepared for such situations. Also, the very important is the implementation of contingency plans. Also, the review after crisis, what was happened, what was the reaction in the particular case or particular crisis. After this risk assessment and security plan have been issued, what happened a few months later, it was on June 28th of this year, Cessna, one civil airplane crashes, and all 3 persons luckily stayed alive. So this happened at the southern part of the location, where the fire was started in 2011. You can see what happened here. So finally, this was some of proposals from the risk security plan to install the camera of intelligence system for early fire detection, which will cover all this bay and all this location, to place signs of prohibiting the use of open flames, to place the barrels with the sand, to set flames and brooms and scatter it all around the place, to set the backpack fire pump all over the place as well, to install the water pump, aggregates, nozzles and fire hoses close to the reservoir we've seen in previous slides. Also, to improve power supply systems for inner technical protection. It is very important to safeguard the interiority, because there are a lot of valuable artifacts inside. And more education, that is also of huge importance, more education on raising security awareness and prevention, not just among the employees of the cultural heritage of the desert of Blaca, but to the wider community, especially for the community on the island of Brač. And more training, of course, for quick response on firefighting, saving human lives and cultural heritage. That's all I had. If you have any questions, please feel free. I will be glad to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tonči, very much for bringing this case study to our attention, because it shows that no matter how a remote place is or desolated, we can always do something to reduce the risk with very simple measures, like the team from Nigeria, for example, yesterday showed us also just placing sand on the location. So we have a very short coffee break, 10 minutes and, sorry? No, we will save all the questions for our discussion after at the end of the morning session. Okay, but so please keep in mind all of your questions and share the questions in the chat room as well. You'll be able to get all the answers. Thank you. Presenters. Speakers. Our next speaker is Dr. Luka Nasi. He holds a PhD in engineering. He's the senior manager of the Office for Fire Prevention and Industrial Risk of the Italian Fire Brigade, Vigili del Fuoco. He is an expert in the fire safety of heritage buildings, fire safety engineering. Luka, the floor is yours.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I will speak about the heritage building fire safety codes in Italy. But before just a few words about our organization. In Italy, we have a national fire rescue service, which is under the Ministry of the Interior. We don't do the medical, job, but we have all the classical fire prevention, technical rescue, and so on, even civil protection and civil defense. Also, if we have a civil protection organization at the national level in Rome. We have many different specialization, very useful and the different situation we have to deal with. And we have central offices. We are the authority having jurisdiction for giving the fire safety permissions. And we write codes that are mandatory, and they are applied at the national level. When we speak with in Italy, still we have people that think that the especially heritage buildings that has this very they have this seems robust to the action of the fire. Big walls, stones, not many materials that can burn. So in many cases, we say, okay, we found people telling us, okay, but it's not, fire is not in the end such a problem for the heritage building. But we know that really in all the world, this is one of the last fire we had in China. We have this problem, and this year we had the anniversary of a big fire we had in Turin 22 years ago, where the sacred road was involved. It's a relic where the body of Jesus Christ was supposed to be. And there were renovation works going on. It was a really bad fire. And here we had flammable liquids because, they use it for and the relic was closed inside this safe box. And as you see, imagine that there was a fire on the dome. So these guys there were really risking their life. And, somewhere there was a guy having the key all the protection, but it's always impossible to find them during an emergency. So this is a very important point, even from to put together the safety part and know how to move and how to reach the things that are important. Also, the heritage building has this problem with the attic. The fire that can occur even in the lower floors easily reach the space under the roof because they were always field of vertical communication, chimneys and things like this, because they were heated by fireplaces, you know, and these things. So when the fire reaches the attic, it's really a problem. It's difficult to extinguish the fire. The only way you have is to go on the roof and cut the roof, but this is not easy to do, especially if it's an important, you know, heritage building. And so usually in the end, you have a situation like this. The attic is also a place where it is not good to put, you know, too many equipment because if a ignition starts there, it's really the worst place where it can happen. Here is a fire we had in Turin recently. In this case, the fire stopped at the level of the attic because the floor was fire resistant. So the only thing that burned was the roof. But if you don't have this, all the building is gonna be lost. Another big issue are the wildland fire. They are starting to be really a bad problem. And also the collection that are inside the building. Here is the fact that happened many years ago in Venice, Basilica della Salute. There was a bad fire. There was again contractors working, a fire starting from outside the building and entered into the dome structure. And the firemen there did really a good job because they were able to extinguish the fire and save the building. But the day after, on the press, we read that, you know, a painting was damaged by the water. So we must be very aware how we work when we have collection, we have artworks. And so it also there, it's very important to have a pre-plan to know exactly where the artifacts are and be able, you know, to work in effective way. So the issues with the heritage building are, we have a fire risk, are very different kind of buildings. At least in Italy, we have almost any alteration is allowed by our Ministry of Cultural Heritage because we have a ministry that has the responsibility for the conservation, and usually have conflict between the design and the use that you want to have inside the building and the fire codes that you have to follow. In Italy, we are in Spain, because in Italy we have only one fire code that, you know, it's the same in all the country. In other places, it's not like this. In Spain, there are different measures that are requested from different region. Or another, here, I think we are in UK, especially if it's a private building, it's possible to have a dramatic change of the building, even destroying the building and having a tennis set there. In Italy, this is not possible at all. Even the private buildings has a very strong legislation, so it's mandatory not having change if these changes are not allowed by the Ministry of the Interior. From the August 2011, also before, but it was slightly changed. In Italy, every heritage building open to the public that has inside as occupation or a museum, a library, a gallery, and archives, or even other activities that are considered at fire risk, such as hotels with more than 25 places, or a school larger than 100 person inside, are subjected to have an approbation on the design, and then have a fire permission. And we have this code that must be respected. And in Italy, we have this very strong tradition of prescriptive codes that give you, like this door must be 1 meter and 20. The path to the exit doesn't have to exceed 40 meters of, and so on. And this kind of legislation, we had only two fire codes from 1992 and 1995 that are dedicated to heritage building, museums, and so on. All the others for the hotels, offices, shop, and so on are practically linked for the new building, not for the heritage buildings. But even the two that instead were prepared for the heritage building had really many problems when you try to apply them to heritage buildings. So in general, when you do your risk assessment and you try to follow all the standards that are inside the code, in the end, you are not able to reach everything, and you need to have some code exceptions, which lead you to a more complicated process for having the authorization. From 2015, we have this new code, but you have the choice to use the old prescriptive methods or this new code, which can offer a more flexible way to design your safety project. It starts with a simplified fire risk assessment. The people who is inside the building, if they know the ambient, if they're sleeping or not, and how the fire behaves, how fast is the fire. Putting together these two facts, you enter in a matrix that give you not only one solution, one prescriptive solution, but more than one prescriptive solution. So you can have more active protection if the passive protection is difficult to improve, or on the other side, if your building has very good, or you're realizing the building, you can use more fire protection, passive fire protection, and less active. So it's more flexible, and you have a group of prescriptive solution, and also the possibility to use alternative solution. I will speak about this in few seconds. This code has a general part, we call horizontal part, and other portion of the code we call vertical parts that are made for different occupancies. And two of them, this 10 and 12, are made for heritage buildings with museums, libraries, and archives inside, and the 12 for heritage buildings with different occupancy inside, like I said, hotels, schools, and so on. So you can follow now these two codes, which give you prescription in all the different part of the like compartmentation, like the reaction to the fire resistance, compartment. Or now I can't, enter in detail, obviously, but compartmentation, for the heritage buildings, we have more severe indication for the artifact depositories. And still it's easier to work on a bookshop, a new bookshop that you want to realize in a heritage building, which can be difficult using the old prescriptive codes. So are easier to realize this, like also having a bar inside a museum using the old prescriptive code. It's very difficult. Mats of egress, usually we have problems about the dimension. In normal activities, you have to, the minimum dimension must be 1 meter, 1 meter and 10, not less than 90 centimeters. Here is allowed also 8 under certain condition, also 8 centimeters. You can consider that people can be in guided tours, so it's easier to guide them in case of an emergency, and this can help. Fire control. The fire suppression system is mandatory in the attic if you don't have a floor that is fire resistant, to preserve the building in this case. And very important, the fire safety management that must be at highest level, and it's very important to have a damage limitation plan and be very careful about renovation and restoration. We know that when you have renovation works, refurbishment, it's a bad moment because we had many bad fires. This in Windsor Castle started because there was a spill of flammable liquid on a lamp, and again the fire reached the attic under and burned. Notre Dame the same. There were working going on the table. Also the change. You have a museum, maybe the last day of the year you want to have a dinner there with people, thousands, hundreds of people there. So you have this change in the use of the building that can be dangerous. And the damage limitation team, it's important. These are 2 fires we had in Italy. The one on the left is the one I showed before with the sacred shroud inside. And there was really clear what we were going to work for. On the other side, it's a fire in a museum, Castello di Moncalieri. And again, there were renovation works. The fire started the lower floor, reached the attic, but the people there, the firemen there, had some time to enter the building and try, to save some artifacts. And they saw those bays, 5 minutes, those bays, and they worked to carry outside the bays, thinking that was, important. Instead, it wasn't important, bays, but the most important thing was a piece of paper, a statement that was on the wall, like a picture, and it's something that could be really easy to carry outside. And it was lost during the fire because the firemen didn't know about this. So it's really important to have an idea, a pre-planification, and know what are the most important values that are inside the museum and have information where they are and how we should manage. We have also this different approach, the fire safety engineer, which is exactly the contrary of the prescriptive rules. Here you use models to evaluate the consequences of a fire. So you must think what's the worst fire that you can have in a particular building and see if the person are still, can get out from the building without any problem. If the building itself is going to have damage, it's also possible to simulate the movement of people. Here it's a horse race, very famous in Italy, where the people is inside the center of the square, And we used these models to redesign the exit from the center. It's also possible here to model the soot, the deposit of the soot on the rooms of the object, so you can have also an idea of the damage that the things that are inside. So are very useful tools. Final remarks, in Italy now it's mandatory to have this fire permission, and the National Fire Department is the authority that has to sign that. And we have the traditional prescriptive codes or this fire code with these two vertical. And using the new code usually allow you to solve a number of code exceptions that you have to work on if you use the prescriptive codes. You have active and passive safety measures that you have to put together. The pre-planification controls are very important, like the housekeeping. Another bad problem is garbage in the building, because it's easy to have a fire inside of the small housekeeping, what you have outside the building, and renovation and restoration works, change in the use of the building. We spoke about that, private events, fest dinners, and so on. And, have an emergency evacuation plan, drill trainings. It's something that must be tailored. So you have needs a liaison with emergency team, a damage limitation team. But the fire safety management is critical, and we always must remember this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You brought, every speaker brings another important point to the whole topic. Luca mentioned restoration management, so how to increase safety during restoration work and also after change of use. But they tell me we have a question from the chat room.
Yes, I think we can give the floor to Mr. Hughes. He had a comment and a question for the expert panel that participated since morning to afternoon. So it's an open question. Mr. Hughes, are you with us?
Yes, I am, but I think my question probably be better answered or discussed at the end of the meeting with the expert panel rather than in this particular session.
All right. Do we have any questions from the live audience right here before we move on? Okay.
Yes, we have one. Wait for the mic and
yeah.
Thank you, Luca, for that very interesting presentation. My question to you is, you spoke about the building codes for how you made the, basically code more friendly for museums and heritage buildings in Italy. How long did it take you to do this work? And what do you think were the main challenges that you encountered? That's my question one. And my second question to you is, you also showed us very interesting risk modeling, where you develop the options and you have the tree and you develop those options and all. Can you talk a little bit more about that risk modeling, program that you have?
Yeah, writing the new codes took years, also because we had to put around the table all the stakeholders, which is very, very necessary. But I think it was a job that we are organized. We actually wrote a proposal for the fire code, working together with the Ministry of the Cultural Heritage. And then we had, once we have a proposal for a new code, we have a committee that is a national committee
that is where, you know, they sit all the different real stakeholders, the designer, the engineers, architect, the people from the economy part, let's say. So all the different bodies that are involved in this, and you must cross through that through the committee before you can publish in the end. You are so must be approved at the national level by all these the different stakeholders, even people who run hotels, who run school and all the different activities. So in case you have a school, in case you have an hospital, you have to work also with the Ministry of the Culture, Ministry of the School, Ministry of the Health. So this is a long process, but it's, I think, useful because having only one code for the whole nation, I think it helps a lot. Even if it's an ongoing process, we have always to change. Well, yes, sure. We have to before you can publish it in Italy, this must go to the approval of European Union. But usually, European Union is more, you know, focused on the commercial part. If the let's say the active measures that you put that can be commercialized from all the other countries of the European Union, like the material for, so that's the main topic, because I think that the part of the safety is a decision for each country in the end. And about the fire modeling is an opportunity to the models that started to be used 20-25 years ago, but at the time they could run only, you know, in the huge computers in the main university. Instead, now the power of our PC are so grow so quickly that can be used by everyone practically. And they give you an idea of how the building can behave under a fire and how the people can evacuate from that particular building with some particular destination use inside. So are very helpful. It's, you know, you have to be skilled using that. Are very useful also for the fire department, simulating ventilation, even in industrial fires, galleries we use a lot for, you know, in this. So it's an opportunity we have also on the internet. You can find some of this model very good for free without any expense. But the point is that you must you must know how to use it, because otherwise can be dangerous. But it's something that today it's open to the use, and I think that in next few years everyone will start to use also this option.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we can move on then. Thank you.
Thank you. We are very excited that another team from the Initial Prevent course is with us from Israel. Jessica Levinsky, Preventive Conservation Officer, the Israel Museum, Jerusalem, and Oded Rahamim, Chief Security and Contingency Officer, the Israel Museum. And they're going to talk about how to improve teamwork in the museum. Jessica and Oded, can you hear us?
Yes.
Hello.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Can we share the screen, or do you want to share the presentation?
Hello, Jessica, are you speaking to us?
Yes, I am.
As you prefer. Would you like us to share?
It doesn't. If you want to, you already have it. I send it also to Julia, and we can proceed with the presentation. And while that's being set up, first and foremost, I want to thank you all for organizing this. It's been a real experience, and I think we've all gained a lot and gained a lot of different perspectives, and think that we're very happy that we have been able to implement. So the first thing that I wanted to share with you, was about who we are and what's the Israel Museum. So if you could go to the next slide. The Israel Museum was founded in 1965, and it's unique in the fact that it's the foremost cultural institution of Israel, and it has an encyclopedic collection ranging from prehistory to contemporary art. We have 4 wings: the Bronfman Archaeology Wing, which, as I said, from archaeology to shared cultures, archaeology, mostly from the land of Israel, but also with objects and items that come from different regions. We have the Jewish Art and Life Wing, which is mostly an ethnographic collection that spans Jewish traditions and material culture from Jews all over the world, and highlight these traditions. Just to mention, so you get a scope from the collection, it has around 30 to 50,000 items, but inside we have 4 historical synagogues. We have also the other wing that we have is the Betzalel Fine Arts Wing, which is art from all over the world, from impressionist to contemporary, going through Oceania, Africa, and the Americas. And we also have the art education wing, which does an amazing work in presenting all this content to the different types of publics that we receive, it's the second most visited museum in Israel. In addition, if you could go to the next slide, we also have off-site locations. We have Beit Ticho, which is a historical house that used to belong to a famous surgeon here in Jerusalem, and whose wife was an artist, and they donated their estate, and we also take care of that, as well as the Rockefeller Museum, which is next to the Old City in Jerusalem, and we also have the Noguchi Sculpture Garden. Next slide, please. Here on site, we have 36 storage spaces, and like I mentioned, the vastness of the collection, it really has a very wide scope, and we're talking about roughly more or less 500,000 objects that we have to steward, collect, study, and also just to consider the different materials that this engages. So a lot of what we do here in the Israel Museum is planning on how we can preserve, display, and study these objects. And the next slide, please. So like I was saying, the Israel Museum, it's next to the governmental campus, which is in Jerusalem, and is at the outskirts of Jerusalem. And next to us, we actually have the Jerusalem forest. The museum covers an area of approximately 80 dunams, or 60,000 square meters. And just last year, we had like 3 scares of fires that happened in the forests around us. And of course, we are always in the ready of what we can do and being prepared. So with this in mind, when we've set out the initial project, it's the team, and if you can go to the next slide, is composed of Oded, Rachamim, and myself. Oded is in charge of all the security and the contingency plans that are required for the Israel Museum. I hope I really have conveyed the scope of the collection that we have, and also the type of teams, the interdisciplinary teams that we have here. Just bear in mind that around the museum, we're like 300, 400 employees, not including some external staff. So it's a lot of logistics that come down to a place that also does a lot of activities beyond the display and the permanent exhibition. We have temporary exhibits, we have events, we have cultural gatherings of people. So part of having this context in mind, we set forth, and I'm sorry to present myself, but I'm the Preventive Conservation Officer, which is basically how we can diminish the risk of anything happening. So it was a natural combination that we just said, okay, let's try to do. And our initial objective, could you go please to the next slide? We wanted to streamline and enhance what we already have here regarding, especially we were aiming to do market research regarding how we can improve the conditions in our storages, because the Israel Museum, like many other cultural institutions of its kind, our storage facilities are now running at around 90+%, and we want to make sure that the compactness of the items that we have is not setting any risk. So we were first trying to do a survey regarding the preventive measures that we can implement, or market research on how to increase the equipment that we could have in the storages, and integrate more of the experts in civil security and firefighters and other groups like such in the region. But the reality was, when we started doing our survey, we noticed that the laws in Israel and the building codes that are implemented means that most of the things that we wanted to sort of prevent, we're already there, and they're already in place. So we actually noticed that if they were already in place, the real issue was, okay, how much awareness do we have of what is our current situation and how we can spread this throughout the institution and beyond. So we did a shift of 180 degrees. Next slide, please. And focused much more on a new objective, which was enhance the collaboration between departments inside the museum to make sure we would have more communication and awareness of where we stand. As I said, I mean, we work constantly. Yearly, we have fire inspections by the fire department and the home front command system, as well as the Ministry of Culture, and everything was up to code. So we wanted still to refine and have a better emergency preparedness plan than what we have now. Just to mention some of the things that already take place, for example, all the building is constructed with fire retardant materials, or there's daily fire drills, there's the inspection of routine inspection of fire extinguishers, and we even have like proper infrastructure in the museum that might include like a direct water source in the museum in case there's a fire, so that this facilitates time by the time the firefighters do come by. So we decided to refocus and to make sure we noticed that the real need was to speak one language within the museum and have a holistic plan that would include the decision-making and management personnel for the emergency preparedness plans that we are always fine-tuning. So for this, next slide, please. The conservation department and security and contingency department, we sat together and we did like a new series of objectives to see how this could be done, including other departments such as the curatorial department, the technical services, admin, and management, to make sure that this really becomes a holistic plan. So one of the first things that we decided to do was actually train people that come in contact with objects, and that might be in areas that might, if there's a fire presents itself, that, you know, first responders, first sort of thing, that if they're there. So next slide, please. We actually we did fire safety talk to all art handlers and conservators. We're talking here about roughly 30 to 40 participants, and we all learned about types of fire extinguishers, what are the steps to do within the museum of how we have to do. And it was even like a hands-on tutorial on how to use the equipment at hand. The next slide, please. Even including things regarding like bigger infrastructure regarding like water mains in the museum, but also the equipment, personal equipment we have to making sure everybody knows how to use it. The next slide. And part of what we wanted to do was not only leave it in theory. It was very important for us that we have a sense of teamwork and team building. So for example, I shared, this is just one of the examples, but to make sure that people really felt engaged, we started like a fire playlist, making sure that people would take the ideas that we're saying and integrate them, so that also when they are working and things that are not regarding emergency preparedness or fire prevention, that they are really aware of this and integrated. So I will share with you the fire playlist in case you guys want to also hear it and enjoy it and include to it. And it was a way that really you could hear a lot of the people that are not used to this from the conservation department, all of a sudden integrating concept that maybe from the security and contingency department, this is sort of their basic line, and integrating that. And on the other hand, next slide, please. We also, we know that a lot of the security personnel a lot of the security personnel that are trained, for people contingency, for first aid, but we also noticed that a lot of the things that they did not have in their toolkit of skills was actually how to handle the artworks, because that's not something that usually happens here in the Israel Museum. You have either art handlers, curators, or conservators doing that. So we also prepared for them a course, first of all, explaining what is the department, who are the people involved, what are the sort of materials and services that we provide within the museum, making sure the communication of what happens inside. It also starts with the awareness of what each department is aiming at. And from that, we also went from how to handle artifacts, what are the agents of deterioration, what are the routes and that would entail an emergency within the museum, and how they could examine the object in case they have to move it. And in that case, we also then went to explaining that also, of course, the main damage that we would have in case of a fire is not only the fire itself, but a lot of the things related to it, like water damage, smoke, heat, and how that could affect, and making sure they integrate that. So next slide, please. We actually prepared a whole different types of facsimilia, and made sure that a lot of the I think actually like 90% of the security staff partook in this, making sure they know how to handle objects, when to note what is the frail aspect of it, when is the right moment to stop and call for further help, or when they have to actually take charge. In addition, next slide, please. We also made sure that everybody within the museum is aware that we have actually emergency kits prepared and where they're placed. In this kit, for example, you also see this is you see from very basic things that might lead to, like drying or handling or moving, gloves and stuff, but also a list of materials and people of who they can call in case of an emergency to streamline the communication. And we also, the next slide, shared with everybody where exactly they are located in the museum, and also what are the best routes of where to move them and with what equipment to have. So with that being done, the next step was actually to prepare for simulacra and an example. So the next list, we also, like I said, we managed to implement better mechanisms to review the priority lists with our curatorial department. As you know, a priority list is a living document. It shouldn't be something that is a one-off, and we have to review it based on what is happening in the museum, but also how the collection is growing. So we made sure that instead of just having this one list, what are the mechanisms we can have for it to be reviewed continuously. Next slide, please. And also in March of this year, the National Conservators Association held a conference. They have their yearly conference, and as part of one of the talks, one of the sessions, it was on what happened in the Israel Museum with the pandemic, and we mentioned the prevent course that we partook. And it was really helpful to present in this sort of setting, because we're seeing how a lot of the work that we are doing within the museum is it's actually, having a ripple effect in all the national cultural institutions in Israel. And from here, we're even we've managed to organize another few of courses that will be imparted. But also, we have had people approach us from other museums to make sure that this is the model that they want to be able to implement, and how to enhance the communication within departments. Like I said, we're already in contact with firefighters and the front command system, as well as the Israel Antiquities Authority and the Ministry of Culture, but how we're making also a model of the communication that is within, and how we can implement it to make sure that we also have collaboration, not only inside the institution, but outside. Next slide, please. I think it's almost so I hope that what we shared today with you is how we have been going from a crisis mode to being able to think and make a plan for each one of the catastrophe scenarios that we might have, and have a better understanding. By having a better understanding where each department is coming from and how we can each contribute, we're making a more solid plan that actually will minimize the risk and enhance the the outcomes that we have. And I will just stress again that part of what we did was inside the museum, provide a context of where we were coming from, cultivate empathy, understanding what each department is looking for and what are the priorities within each department and where they are set in the whole vision of the museum and its objectives. Develop a common language between peers and colleagues, and get involved in departments' processes, making sure we have a consistent communication and feedback that will only enhance and better what we do and how we preserve our collection. As I said, and I hope you also saw, it was not all like work and no play. The fact that we were able to provide an informal venue on how to do this also means that the communication that happens in the hallway just makes us all be much more aware. And in conclusion, I think that what we tried to do was make a more seamless and effective collaboration between departments. And this requires effort, not only between us, but also it's an effort that is worth doing, because slowly but surely we're also communicating with leadership and at a cultural level to make sure that these changes can produce transformative results regarding the heritage in Israel. And I hope I was within time, and thank you. That the next slide is just thank you all once again for having us and for making us reassess where we're coming and how we're working. And I think Oded also wants to say something. So thank you.
It's very hard to say something when Jessica is starting to talk. I just want to add that at the beginning we try to look how we are handling things with all the department outside of the museum, and we made some war games with the people from the fire brigade and from the culture ministry and from the Homeland Security, and all of them told us, if there will be a disaster, you are on your own for at least 48 hours. So if we look at it like this, we have a lot of things inside the museum to prevent the fire, to handle the fire if it's occurred, and to salvage the materials after it's occurred. And what Jessica told you about the curators that gave us the list, this was the hardest part of all the process, because everything is important for the curators. They want everything to be salvaged, and if you give them, tell us just 50 items that you want to salvage, it's like an illness for them. And after they did it, they understood that this is all the power that we have with the security and the people from the laboratories that can handle the salvation. And they understood it, and I can say that after the two departments spoke with at the beginning, I thought I know everything about their work, and they know everything about our work, and some items that we didn't think about. It's like what kind of mask they need if something happened in the laboratories, and we changed the type of mask, because they have materials that the mask that we gave them is not good for them. And this is only when we talked with each other and make the war games and the drills, we understood it. So I want to, like what Jessica said, the course with the Prevent gave us a lot. And thank you for everything. Thank you for listening to us.
Oded and Jessica, congratulations. This was amazing work. Do we have any questions from the in-person audience in Trogir? No, I have a few questions. You said you had a very, very big staff in the museum. So that's just representatives from different departments participate in the project, or have you managed to gather everybody?
For our departments, Jessica and my department, all of us did it together, the two departments. The curators that we spoke with, it's all the curators. We send them by email, and the museum makes like every half a year, we make a big drill with all the employees. And before the drill, we send them an email with all how to do it and everything. So everybody is on it in the museum.
Did you have any trouble engaging them in, you know, your vision? And
No, and I think that this is what Jessica tried to say about the items that we picked at the beginning. In Israel, when you speak about disasters and everything, everybody knows what you speak about. So everybody is in it. So nobody will tell you, no, we don't want to deal with it. And also when we spoke with our friends in other museums, all of them wants to implement this model in their museum, and they are a bit jealous about the relationship that we had between the two departments now.
wonderful, wonderful. So you're expanding your project to other museums.
Jessica told you that she was in a conference of her job. So they spoke about it, and a lot of them came to me and said, we want you to come to our security officer and speak with them how to do it. But it's very difficult if you are not a big and strong museum, because in some museums, you know, the jobs are connected with each other. It's not like you handling just the disaster and everything. So, and they don't really have the profession about everything.
Also, I would just say that a lot of what we did in the program was actually realizing that where we could better benefit was actually in the fine tuning. Because what we started to see with the survey is that we were actually very well positioned, which for us was a great advantage, because then you can really go fine tune to the details of, okay, we can implement better masks. We can actually show people this and not that, to bring more specific information instead of a general sort of sense of what the emergency preparedness plan is. And so that's why, like, the next steps within the museum is actually from, like, we shared the priority list. It's actually also going fine tuning with these sort of details. And the advantage is that we are seeing how the repercussions, not only within the museum, but also outside the museum with other cultural institutions in Israel, in Jerusalem, but also in other cities, which is always nice to see.
And to add something very important, a lot of sites don't like projects if they cost money. If you looked at our project, it's almost without taking money or more budgets. It's just to take things that you have in the museum. The guards are there, the conservators are there. You just connect them together with the knowledge and the drill, and you are increasing the power that you have against the fire. We didn't do nothing that cost money.
Wow, this is amazing. There's a question from the audience in Trogir, from Aparna. Wait for the mic.
Thank you, Jessica and Odette. This is great work. Congratulations. Feeling really happy for you and for your museum collectively. So what advice you have for, let's say, less privileged museums where, let's say, you do not have maybe a combination like you two? You had a ready-made combination in your museum, and where you do not have security officers, or they may have to go outside their museums to get this kind of input that you readily had together. And, you know, yeah.
I understand something that I learned from dealing with culture. A lot of people love culture. So if you don't have people on payroll that can do all of this, if you are like in a town, you can ask for volunteers and make like a fire brigade of volunteers that you can call if the alarm is operating, and you take them like the thing that we did here. You bring a conservator that teach them about this. You bring the fire brigade to teach them about that, and you build it with them. And also in each museum and each site, there are employees. So you take the employee that like handling cleaning and teach him how to fight fire, and he become a first responder. So everybody can do something to increase the prevent.
Jessica, you wanted to add something?
I like Odette is always Hello, yeah, hi. I was gonna say, Odette is always very practical, but which I really appreciate, but I also think that regardless of the size of the institution that you have, the first step is actually have these conversations within the institution. I mean, every institution, the people that work there, they know the institution where they're working best. They see the problems that are there. Sometimes, like I hope we showed now, it doesn't require a lot of money. Sometimes it's just making sure that the people that are in the museum, everybody has everybody's number, and it's a phone call down to a very easy implementable step. And sometimes it's something that it's bigger, but if the conversation is not happening, you cannot define the problem and see what resources you need, what training you need, what are the things you need. So having that conversation is the first step.
Sorry, is the mic working? Yeah.
Yeah, I think they can hear. So the second question that I have is, which actually just now you said, perhaps it was not very clear to me when you were thinking about scenarios. There is a scenario where you are active, like you can act in a scenario. Let's say it's a fire or like a disaster which is on a wider scale, where both of you do not have access, or your team cannot have access to the museum. What would be the plan in that case?
Our plan, and this is something that part of our job, we have a plan, and in the plan there is a list of it. There are people in the museum all the time, 24/7. There are people in the museum. Most of the time it's security. Okay, so that's why we are taking the security guard and teach them everything, because if something will happen in the night, the first responder are the security that inside the museum. And also we have lists in the security operating room, and this list is about people that can come to the museum on foot, and they don't have children that they have to manage, and they can do it. At the beginning, we have names from people that are from Tel Aviv that have to come. So if it's an earthquake and the road will be blocked, it's not actually will happen. So we choose people that can come to the museum walking, and they are the first responders. And also they don't have people that they need them, like children or older parents. And this is on our plan. They will be the first responders.
Thank you both.
Sorry, can I add something? Sorry, I will just add also, like I said, it's a living document. So for example, with the pandemic, I think we all learned that all of a sudden people that were on that list, they couldn't come, or like a lot of people couldn't be. So we, like the emergency kit that we shared, that I showed you the picture, we also adapted it then, making sure it used to be that maybe by the time you would have a catastrophe, the first person that would actually have to engage with the objects was the expert regarding that material. Now we know that this is not a reality, and we adapted our emergency preparedness kit and also put instructions knowing that it might be a lay person that will have to do the first steps, but making sure they have the support and the minimal knowledge they need to be able to carry them out. So a lot of it is about thinking, what are the scenarios? What is the worst thing that can happen, and how we mitigate it or minimize the risk of something happening.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and congratulations on this amazing work. We are on a tight schedule here because we have speakers from all over the world with their timetables as well joining us, which is, we're honored. And I'm honored to announce our next speakers who will talk about protecting our cultural heritage from fire, understanding challenges, and making risk-informed decisions to reduce risks. I welcome Christopher Marion, CEO, Director of Disaster Risk Management, Marion Fire and Risk Consulting, and Doug Evans, Conservation Architect, who is Chair of ICOMOS UK Wood Committee, Chair ICOMOS Fire Mitigation Guidelines Working Group. Are you with us?
Yes, we are. Thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I'm just having trouble. It's saying host disabled participant screen sharing.
I will share your presentation just a sec.
Okay.
We have some technical issues with sharing.
Okay, no trouble. I just, well, Doug and I both wanted to say thank you very much for having us here today. It's great to see all the participation from a variety of people, and it's great to be back. I was involved a little bit about a year ago, and it's just fantastic, this whole training and symposium, and just fantastic to see the attention on something that we really can address in terms of disasters and protecting our cultural heritage. A lot of times, like earthquakes and floods, it's a little bit more challenging, but I just think, you know, there's so many things that we can do with regards to fire that help to at least limit it from happening or the damage that ensues from there. So with that, thank you very much again for having Doug and I. If you could go to the next slide. So what we wanted to talk about is just a couple of things briefly. Fires continue to happen. From there, you know, what can we learn from the past and going forward, and how can we do better? How do we keep it simple? We were just talking before about, you know, some simple things, and cost is always an issue. And we just want to make sure, you know, that we can readily do things and not have, you know, be inducing a lot of high costs. And then the last is just looking at, you know, knowledge and resources. If you could go on to the next. So I know we've, I'm sure a lot of you have seen this over the course of the last year, as well as the presentations yesterday and today, but fires do continue to happen. You know, they're obviously not stopping. We've seen the devastation in Notre Dame, the Kasubi tombs in Uganda a few years back, a very devastating fire in Mexico, and even up till a week or two ago on Easter Island, you may have seen some of the Mao statues that are over 500 years old, and the wildland fires that happened there and created some damage to those. So fires are continuing to happen, and it's really, if we go to the next slide, you're not just looking at them and hoping the next one is not going to happen, but it's really what is it that we can do to get in and understand what is happening with those. If you could go to the next slide would be great. So the first thing is just looking at the common threads, that once you start looking at all these fires and the different things from a fire life safety perspective, what are some of the different things that continue to happen? So just in starting out, you know, one is looking at, we've got a lot of open flames. We've got a lot of electrical equipment, including lighting and so forth. A lot of times we have different types of appliances, whether it's space heaters or whether cooking is in some of these facilities. So there's a lot of things that are happening inside in terms of ignition sources that we should be aware of, and whether they are in our facilities or not, and what we might be able to do. And it doesn't mean we don't, or we're going to negate these and not allow open flames and things like that, but it's just at least being cognizant of that so we can help address that a little bit more appropriately going forward, and have that not become an ignition source leading to a fire. And then we also need to be cognizant about what's happening outside of our structure or site, both in terms of you know, ourselves getting hit by lightning, but also just wildfires from surrounding areas. If you could go to the next slide, please. So we have ignition sources, and then we have combustible materials. And this was just looking at you know, whether the structure is made of wood, whether the infrastructure, such as a wiring and the insulation we have, that's often older wiring, which has very combustible insulation. And a lot of times there's a lot of that gets put in ceiling voids and behind walls. And if fires can start there due to overheating or what have you, that can lead to very fast developing and spreading fires. And a lot of times, just over the years, there's a lot of accumulation of storage, of furnishings, of artwork and so forth. And it's just, again, being cognizant of how much and the quantity, and this then is going to lead to, you know, how fast fires can grow, how long they can burn for, and how intense they may be. And again, it just not coming to a solution at this point, but just, again, being aware of what can ignite these things, and then what is it that can burn, and what kind of fire would that be? If you wouldn't mind going on to the next one. The next is then just looking at mitigation measures. And these are obviously very important of how do we then start to mitigate a fire, whether we hopefully have smoke detection and able to have early detection of a fire, and hopefully we then automatically notify the fire brigade. Hopefully we have compartmentation, but oftentimes we have large open stairways. We also then have at times fire separation walls over the years that have been penetrated, whether through people putting in door openings or running HVAC and electrical equipment, and we get these very, very large openings that then allow and help facilitate the movement of smoke and heat and flame through them. The structure, we want to make sure that that's going to be supported and doesn't collapse, especially on our emergency responders, but just also potentially on our collections and obviously destroying the building. But a lot of times those may not be able to resist fire for too long. And then of course we want to hopefully have suppression. A lot of times there's fire extinguishers and sand buckets and all, but just keeping in mind, there is a finite size of a fire that those can actually put out. So again, just some things we may have, but just are they very specific to our needs and how long will they last? Doug, I don't know if you wanted to just mention on the
yeah, thanks, Chris. I just wanted to add that even when we do have the detection and alarm systems, a word of warning about them. One of my projects was on an English cathedral. One of the canons who did many of the services loved candles and incense. He loved incense so much that he was setting off the decrepit and rather aged smoke detection system almost every time he had a service. And eventually, word of warning, the fire department is going to start becoming suspicious with frequent and repeated false alarms due to for many reasons, defective systems, over exuberant preachers and their candles and incense. So even if there is a system in place, in many times it can potentially be doing more harm than good, because people start trusting it and then forgetting about their own responsibilities. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, it's so important not to just put a lot of the mitigation measures in, but just being very cognizant about those things and nuisance alarms, and are they located and designed appropriately and so forth, that we're not going to have people possibly shutting them down because they keep false alarming. But what can we do to help address those types of things?
Absolutely.
So that they're appropriately designed and that they are maintained and they continue to function. So excellent. Yeah, if you wouldn't mind going to the next slide. One of the other things we need to take into account, and it's great to see all the emergency responders that have been involved with this and that are here yesterday and today, but a lot of things we just, again, need to be cognizant of, even if the local fire brigade is very, very close, we still need to be notifying them very, very early on. We need to be able to give them access to the site, through gates and driveways and so forth, and getting them up to the structure, then getting them into the structure and trying to keep them safe and protected if they need to enter that, and how they go about fighting within or externally to that, and making sure that they have what they need to be able to put the fire out quickly and effectively. Do they have water? Do they have sufficient water? I mean, it could be thousands or tens of thousands of gallons of water that they actually need to suppress it. And do they have that? Do we provide enclosed stairways so they have protected routes to get to upper floors or to attic areas, as we've heard a lot of fires have been up there. But just also the engagement, and are they familiar with the site and the structure and the needs and the collections and the care and handling those that we've heard about as well today. If you wouldn't mind going to the next one. And then the last thing is just in terms of common threads, is just oftentimes there's no fire strategy in place. There's no fire prevention plan. There's limited maintenance and awareness to all of this. And these are a lot of the different common threads that kind of leads to these types of devastations in our heritage. If you could go to the next slide, please. One of the other things to keep in mind too is just on the restoration side of things. I mean, it's a little bit more static on the day-to-day, but then when we get into restoration and construction work, it's a much more dynamic situation, so to speak. And just understanding what's happening, then we have a lot of ignition sources that are introduced at that period of time, hot works, temporary electrical, temporary lighting, and so forth. It could be ignition sources. During restorations, there's a lot of combustible materials that are being introduced, whether construction materials, debris, flammable combustible liquids, and so forth, that are being introduced onto the site. We often have limited compartmentation, so that doors may be removed because they're being refinished off-site. They may be blocked open because the construction workers want to have easy access to different areas. A lot of times the systems may be being installed because they're new, or they may be being renovated, so detection systems and suppression systems may not be operational at the time. There may be issues with emergency responders and getting them through security fences, and the stairs again may be open because the doors have been removed. A lot of times, scaffolding may be around the building that may impair their ability to get close to, or even the water being discharged, and does that actually get to the structure? And again, just creating awareness. And I think, a lot of times you have kind of governing bodies that then may say, okay, well, you need these plans in place when you're doing restoration. But a lot of times those plans may also get developed and kind of sit at a very upper level and get put on a shelf. But really, in terms of awareness, we really need to be working with the people that are on site on the day-to-day, and continually, daily, weekly, having these training and, capacity building and awareness raising kind of meetings with them, because they are the ones that really are, very intimate with what's going on and can help prevent these types of fires from happening.
Can I reinforce that point, Chris?
Of course.
Yeah. This is very important. On recent projects in the UK on major churches and cathedrals, we've started introducing a requirement, actually specifying it into the contract documents, that temporary sort of full detection and alarm systems are to be installed and maintained throughout the building site during the works. Very important. And we've also started including in our procurement process, interviewing and seeking contractors, a requirement for the contractor to sort of prove their competence and show evidence of their competence in managing sort of fire risk on sites, and asking for their project records of any projects with past projects with fires, just again to ensure that first we're getting the right contractor, and then the correct systems are included in the contract. Thanks, Chris.
No, thank you for that, Doug. Very important points there. Definitely appreciate it. If we could go to the next slide. And this was just a summary, lots of ignition sources as a chance of fire, lots of combustible materials often that lead to long duration, fast growth fires. Without detection, we can have delays in detecting a fire and notifying the occupants as well as emergency responders. And really, I can't emphasize this enough, is just time is really the metric of fire and what we're doing. We really need to be cognizant of how quickly the fire can grow and how much time we really have to evacuate occupants, to get emergency responders there when the fire is still small. And even just, there's a lot of talk, and it's great in terms of the potential, taking collections out. But again, just also taking into consideration the time component of that, and how long, how those all match up. Are we going to have enough time to be able to get all of the collections out that we need to, and so forth. Providing access to the fire brigade and making sure that they can get on site and that they have what they need, and that we're continuing to develop awareness and training. But without, doing these things and looking at past fire events, these are a lot of the common themes that we continue to see. And hopefully by addressing these, we can do better in terms of going forward and not repeating what we've seen, in the past and historically. Thank you. If you could go to the next. And the other part I just wanted to mention briefly, I know you've heard some on wildfires, but it's again, to me, very much a parallel in terms of, how you look at structures, but also how we may be able to manage wildfires from, managing ignition sources and the combustible materials, creating defensible spaces and trying to separate, where wildfires can be to our structures and sites so there may not be ignition, but, having detection, having notification, these are all, very similar to the structures. But just having—
Chris, sorry,
Yeah.
5 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of very, very similar themes in terms of, try to manage the fire and then also the detection and notification and suppression components. If you could go to the next slide, please. So how can we do better? Go to the next slide. And a lot is just looking at a risk management approach and just addressing mitigation, preparation, response, and recovery, which I think a lot of us are aware of, so I won't go into detail. If you could go to the next slide, go to the next, if you would. So a lot of this is, a balance between looking at the fire and what we can do to limit ignition and combustible materials, and then we have our mitigation measures on the right. And kind of goes back to what Luca was saying. There's sometimes a lot of strengths in buildings that we may be able to focus on. Not that we may not be able to do everything, but what are the strengths, and kind of looking at, okay, do we do more compartmentation, or maybe we need automatic suppression, or maybe we need both. But it's kind of looking at what we have in our resources and the risk associated with that and what we can come up with mitigation measures. Okay, please go to the next. So we have, detection systems. We were talking a little bit before, and Luke was talking a little bit about the fire modeling, which can definitely help looking at this fire and smoke behavior, looking at how the overall structure may respond. And we can also look at how long it may take occupants to evacuate and so forth. But it's important, looking at mitigation measures. There are a lot of options available. We can do engineering analyses on these. And we just really need to understand how they operate to make sure we're getting the appropriate measures in place. If you could just go on to the next one. I'll turn this over to Doug. He's one of the experts, I would say, in terms of fire retardant materials, and just a lot of very, very interesting things. Doug, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I just wanted to speak briefly with a warning on so-called fire retardants. Research is showing us really now that there are no effective fire retardants for timber, only surface spread of flame treatments. Most flame retardants are not good externally over the long term, as they can be affected by moisture. Some can weaken structural timber over time. For example, treatments based on phosphorus are prone to efflorescence in high moisture conditions and have been reported to reduce wood strength by as much as 40% over time. Retreatment cycles are often every 2 to 5 years, which may limit their effectiveness, especially when there are economic constraints. And also research is showing that the surface of wood is degraded by ammonia-containing chemicals such as flame retardants, surface spread of flame treatments for wood. Within the ICOMOS Wood Committee, concerns have been raised by colleagues, for example, from Romania, where legislation on the mitigation of the fire risk to wooden structures requires the preparation of the surfaces before treatment for the flame fire treatments. When prepared in accordance with the standards, historic traces including carpenter's marks can be destroyed. And in addition, the texture and color of the historic material can also be changed. The preparation of surfaces involves cleaning the surfaces of dust, mud, lime, paint, impurities, including previous fireproofings, fillings with a sealant of all cracks, joints, and holes on the surfaces that are to be protected. Next slide, please. Due to the dimensional changes of wood, depending on the various variations in the microclimate conditions, these fillings can contribute to the expansion of fissures and cracks in the wood, and after a while fall out. And research in Poland is showing that wood impregnated with silicate solution as a flame retardant what tests on this is showing that the resistance to bending of spruce wood impregnated, the results are showing that the tests have an unfavorable effect on the sampling stiffness of that wood. And in the Czech Republic, we've got research on the defibering of historic wooden beams. Next slide. Caused by ammoniums and sulfate and ammonium phosphate solutions. So basically a final word warning on recent so-called flame retardants. The more modern ones do not contain ammonias or phosphates. They are perfectly safe on wood substrates and do not damage the wood at all. However, they are slightly opaque, can discolor existing surfaces, and can hide some decorative finishes and features. So like many things, you educate yourself first and use with caution. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Doug. I think it's some very important and interesting information on those. And I'll just look at two more slides and wrap this up in the next minute. If you could go forward 2 more slides. One, perfect. The last 2 things I just wanted to mention briefly, and again, going back to the previous conversation, is again, how can we be effective? And a lot of times it's not the latest technology, and because oftentimes that gets expensive and a lot of other potential issues, but it's so important to try to keep it simple. And this was just, if we have detectors and fire alarm systems and huge local fire brigades and so forth, that's fantastic. But if not, just keep in mind, we're trying to detect the fires as early as possible. We're trying to notify people as quickly that might be able to help with suppression, and then to have things in place. And this was just, a project we did at a monastery out in Mongolia of just not having much of anything, but what do we have in terms of local resources? In part was how do you safely use butter lamps and candles and so forth, but then can we have, people kind of as human detection and using conch shells for like a fire alarm system. They didn't have a bell that had collapsed on site at this monastery, but using that because people were very tuned into that sound as an alarm system, and then just using wool blankets and sand and so forth as a suppression material. But there's a lot of times, just because we don't have all of the other infrastructure, some things that can be done that can be quite effective, can be used with what resources we do have available. And then the last was just, if you could go forward 2 more slides. And again, just the last point, and not to belabor this, but just, money is often an issue. And there are lots of different things that we can do, from trading out, high temperature incandescent lights to, the cooler LED lights. We can remove storage and combustible materials off site, or, get rid of them or store them somewhere else. And we can clean up, on the exterior. They've used goats and different farm animals, to help keep wildlands down and the grasses down and so forth. But just maintaining what equipment we have is helpful. Just plugging up, where we do have holes in walls, gates that we have coming into our sites, making sure that, hopefully the fire brigade may have a copy of those keys to limit delays. And again, just creating awareness and training and engaging with the local emergency responders. Because again, a lot of these don't cost much. And there's a lot, it's just a huge impact that this all can have, and just want to, remind us there's a lot that can be done, I think, as they were just saying before from Odette and Jessica. So no, thank you very much. And thank you for giving Doug and I time to be with you all today and to talk with you with regards to this. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Chris. Do we have any questions from the audience here in Trogir? Okay, there's a question from Helena.
Hi, so just in relation to what Doug mentioned about the practice that is, this was voluntary by the organisation looking for temporary fire measures during construction. I'm just wondering, because of the high percentage of fires starting with, in that circumstance on heritage sites, is there any examples of any jurisdictions where that's becoming mandatory, or any codes of practice that are being written where they are looking for there to, the insistence of temporary fire measures and precautions during construction works and repair works?
I'm not aware that it's yet in the UK building regulations as a requirement. Some insurance companies are requiring it. It's depending on the project and scale, requiring it with it for to be included for the project insurance that you need to take out during construction works. But it's more to do with I guess the normal process of ensuring competency in all the various parties. You want that within the professional team as well, not just the contractors team, but when it comes down to the work on site, it's critical to have a contractor that is competent in health and safety and sort of fire risk management, as well as one that can do the job from a construction and materials and workmanship point of view.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, there's an NFPA document, NFPA 241, that is all around construction and being safe, and systems that need to be in place and different procedures. It is often quite helpful in that. And the other thing too, some of the jurisdictions are enforcing some of that, but also a lot of times it's around firefighting, having standpipes that continue to stay in place. If there's sprinkler systems, for instance, they want to make sure that those continue to operate, or if they are taken out of service for a while, that they, the jurisdictions are notified that there's fire watches in place and things like that. So there's some, but it's not overly comprehensive in terms of you need to keep your compartmentation in place, and put in temporary systems to protect that a lot of times. But there is some information and references out there to help at least address some of this. And again, that's NFPA 241 is one of those documents.
Thank you. There's another question from.
Hello, Chris and Doug. Thank you so much. This is Aparna from ACROM.
Hi, Aparna.
Thank you for a great presentation, and it was very rich. Mike, I have questions for both of you. The first question is for Chris. It's about how do you maintain sprinkler systems? Yesterday, we had a presentation from our team in Canada where they identified that sometimes, the pipes, if they are left unattended, and, they can sometimes have discharged rusty water, and that could cause more damage. So do you have any tips for maintaining these sprinkler systems if they remain unused, especially in the colder climates? How do you maintain them? Do you have any tips for maintaining sprinkler systems? And for Doug, I have the question of, you really gave that very good tip on fire retardants and using them on historic surfaces and how they tend to discolor or weaken the structure. But are there any, I understand that this could be very case specific, but are there any clear guidelines or is there any research that shows which retardant to use in which case? And then also to what extent the discoloration can be seen or can be avoided by adding something else? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Aparna.
We have one more question from the chat room. My question is on heritage sites and the fire prevention. How can we prevent fire in cultural heritage sites where few work are on the ground?
Sorry, the which on the ground, sorry?
very few workers on the ground, very few firefighters. What
Gotcha.
can we
Okay.
do about those type of sites?
Okay.
Or maybe the little work is on the ground, more work is higher up. Is that what the question is? Anyways.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah. Let me respond to Aparna's first. Aparna, thank you. With regards to sprinklers, there's quite a few things. First is they can flush out the systems. Keeping the pipes clean and trying to limit obstructions from the rust buildup and what they call microbial induced corrosion. That can be an issue in some areas depending on what's in the water, but that can be flushed regularly. One of the things too is just trying to extract as much air out of the system as possible. There's devices now that help remove air from the piping. You would think that you fill it up with water and all the air is gone, but there often becomes air pockets. And what happens with that is that then can potentially lead to rust and corrosion. So there's different things in terms of that. Also in terms of maintenance, I mean, making sure that the areas continue to stay heated, and if not, to really look at putting in a dry system that does, it does not have water immediately in the system. The water is kind of contained behind a valve that will release if there is a fire. But it's so important, the testing that should be going on in terms of the maintenance to make sure, that the valves continue to stay open. A lot of times fires happen and the valves have been closed. So that's been a big issue. And then also testing and making sure and maintaining that when we do get water flow, that the alarm system is connected and activates and notifies the fire department. So I think those are some of the important things in terms of the testing and maintenance. And again, just making sure it's been designed appropriately, that try to reduce the potentials of freezing and things like that. Doug, I'll turn it over to you if you want to just respond to Aparna's question.
I'm trying to remember Aparna's question. I'll try and remember. There's a lot of research. In Poland and Czech Republic, they've done a lot of research on the degradation of historic wood by due to sort of so-called flame and fire retardant treatments. I can steer you to that. Very scientific, but it is showing evidence that it is that many of these chemicals do cause defibering of wood, loss of strength, loss of stiffness. So that's the one element. The other thing is that the treatments on external timbers. Of course, so many of these treatments, if in external environments, they're subject to sort of moisture, and the effectiveness degrades with exposure to moisture. One question from China, the impact of the fire retardants on building components like logs. I'm presuming these might be external again.
But internal as well, fire resistant coating.
Yeah, I
possible?
mean, the modern treatments do go opaque, leave an opaque. They say they're clear, but they're not. So if you're using it on, for example, polychrome wood, you will get a milky, opaque finish. They do obscure the surface texture and treatments. The other warning to do with some treatments, this is the problem they're having in Eastern Europe because it was a common practice. The preparation, as I said, does destroy a lot of surface decoration and texture. So most of the modern ones that don't have chemicals in them, like ammonia and phosphate, do leave a cloudy, a sort of a milky, cloudy, opaque finish. So it depends on what the material is, depends on what you're looking for.
Okay, we have, I think, another question from Richard Hughes. Richard, are you with us?
Yes, hello, Christopher and Doug.
Hey, Richard, nice to see you.
Hi, good to see you. This is responding to your point about keeping it simple. And
Yes.
that is that the world is going digital, right? Sorry, I'm a dinosaur when it comes to digital. Computers weren't invented when I was born, but the world is going digital. And for example, with new building projects, everything now is progressively going into BIM. And BIM is now being extended into HBIM, so it's Heritage Building Information Modeling. It does seem to me that there are opportunities for major projects and then trickling down into smaller projects of using HBIM as a tool for both collecting, analyzing, and managing data related to fire risks and clearly to other natural and man-made disasters. And it does then lead to the question about how much of this can be put as apps on mobile phones and all the rest of it that youngsters like to kind of focus their life on. But it does seem to me that there are risks involved in going digital, but there are also opportunities that should be not forgotten about.
No, definitely. I think, interfacing that into computer models and being able to model the space, we looked at the fire modeling. I think there's a relatively easy connection once you have the model set up in BIM to transfer that over, but then also, right, I mean, just monitoring your testing and maintenance and what systems are needed to be tested and maintained. I think a lot of those are, very appropriate to be integrating into the BIM models and HBIM models. I think, yes, just definitely being cognizant and incorporating that into our fire strategy is to be more effective where we can. I don't know if you had any other thoughts, Doug, or I just wanted to touch base. It seemed to be one question before, just in terms of few people on site, and just I don't have a magic bullet answer to that, but just to me, I think very briefly, it's really, again, focusing on creating awareness, having a fire strategy, and engaging with emergency responders are kind of the three key things. And I think the second one, in looking at the strategy and kind of going back to the seesaw, if there's few people on site or local emergency responders are not close by, really focusing on, as much as we can to prevent it from happening. And then, can we increase in terms of the compartmentation, the detection and suppression system on site, realizing that we don't have a lot of resources there to help.
Chris, I'm sorry. We could continue to listen to all of this, but they're warning me about the time.
Gotcha.
So I'm sorry, but we're so grateful that you managed to join us. And we're very thankful for this fruitful discussion. We have a team from Brazil. Thais Assis, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Thais is a technical. Let me just introduce you. We have met many times, but the audience needs to know a little bit about you. Thais is a technical analyst, a museologist, Brazilian Institute of Museums, and she's going to talk about another case study from the Prevent course, titled Fire Mitigation Measures at Museu das Bandeiras. I hope I pronounced it well. Goiás City. Correct me if I was wrong. The floor is yours.
Correct. Okay. All in the share. Okay. First, I would like to thank you, the ICRON, for this amazing opportunity to learn and try to help the heritage preservation. I used to be there and meet everyone in person and even acquire the t-shirt buttons that were being distributed, but I'm a little far. Anyway, I'm so glad to be here today. I have a master's degree in preservation of cultural heritage, and I'm a museologist, and now I'm contributor at the Brazilian Institute of Music. And next slide, please. So the museum is an 18th century building which is listed by the National Institute of Historical and Artistic Heritage. Listed heritage, according to Brazilian law, is when the buildings or collections are recognized by the government, like this institute, which is responsible for the federal protection of this heritage. And this museum is managed by Brazilian Institute of Museums. The museum narrates the occupation of the Brazilian Midwest region by the groups that made up a colonial Brazilian society. And the musealized collection is divided in museological objects and archival documents. Next slide, please. The museological collection is composed by objects that represent the Portuguese present, the Bandeirantes movement of occupation, or explorers, such as Catholic sacred art, colonial furniture, vestments, among others. As well, the museum presents in its collection African, indigenous, and archaeological artifacts. The main collection supports is wood, clay, tissue, paper, straw, feather, metal, stone, leather, among others. Next. And there's an archival collection. The archival collection is composed by documents represent this history, the history periods, colony, empire, and republic. In this archival, there are scriptures, testaments, manuscripts, musical scores, documents from royal founts, and among others. The main archival support is paper. Next slide, please. These are some photos around the museum. This construction was made in masonry, iron, stone, clay, and wood, and have 11,490 square feet. Next slide. The building inside, there's a ground floor and top floor, which have 6 rooms, exhibition rooms. Next slide. And the top floor have administrative room, the collection reserve room, and the archival room. Next slide. So for the fire risks mitigation, the museum has a risk management plan, and the most risks related to fire risks is extensive fire, electric atmospheric discharge, and the electrical short circuit and electrical discard. This is a methodology developed by the ICRON and the CCI, which is A is the frequency of the damage, B is the size of the loss, C is how much asset value is affected by risk. So the sum of this quantification is the result of the magnitude of risks. So for extensive fire have no occurrence in the last 7 years. For the size of loss, Total or significant combustion, deformation, fracture, and collapse, deposition of soot, damage occasioned by water. And for value affected by risk, it's a loss of fall or part of the collection and the building. For electrical atmosphere discharge, um, just have two occurrences in the last 10 years, which cause small loss and affect a small part of the collection in exhibition. And for electrical short circuit and electrical discharge happens annually, affects a small part of the collection and or the building, and affected by risk a small part of the collection and or the building. Next slide, please. So for the mitigation measures for these risks, the museum are implementing the security, emergency, and contingency program, perform the annual maintenance of the electrical installation, fixed gas suppression system, fire extinguishers, smokers, detectors, and emergency sensors. Replace the showcase of the collection displayed for fireproof material, avoid power grid overload, and turn off the electrical equipment circuit breakers when staff leave the building. Perform the annual training staff with the local fire department to improve procedures of firefighting and prevention. Also perform simulations of the emergency plan and form a qualified fire brigade in the museum, and propose to the competent authorities to install hydrant and rose systems surrounding the museum, and create an emergency task force composed by volunteers to act in emergency situations, establish dialogue with the local civil defense, and instruct the staff museum to register on their phones to receive civil defense alerts, and even implementation of a discard protection system for this building. Next. So, identified some risks after the prevent course, and when I made a technical visit, which is the main fire risk is the electrical installations, and community events with people smoking in the museum, and people throwing garbage behind the museum and setting it on fire no longer occurs. The collection reserve room needs improvement, and there are two exhibition rooms that were built in combustible materials and with iron bars. Next. For the fire mitigation measures, the new identified risks, I propose to adaptation of the electrical installations to accommodate the amount of connected equipment, as well the use of electric current blockers, establish dialogue with the community through the heritage and museum education actions, redesign the collection reserve room, and remove the excess furniture deposited in front of fire suppression system, gas cylinders, and install water sprinklers in the two wooden rooms exhibition which do not have gas system suppression. Next. So what to save in a case of a fire situation? In emergence perspective, according to the museum staff, the most important collection to save is the 18th century archive and the sacred art collection. However, the most of the collections are have to carry, and the archive is on the second floor. Depending on where the fire starts, you will not to be able to access it. Next. So, how to act in a fire situation? Uh, According to museum staff, the first step to take is try to eliminate the start of fire using the fire extinguisher located through the museum at the same time as the others are evacuation the building and turning off the electrical circuit breakers. After this, the director will call to the local fire department and the police, as also if their fire takes more proportion, the security team will activate the fire suppression system. The collection will be saved unless if there's no risk to people's life. Next. The Milban is equipped with um, three types of extinguish, carbon dioxide, chemical powder, and water, and have smoke sensors and the gas system suppression on the archival and the collection reserve. Next. So how the fire department acts in a fire situation? In a fire situation of a critical scenario, according to the fire department surgeon, the highest risk considered at Mubans it's the possibility to the top floor may collapse. So for this not happen, it's very important the first measures of the museum team with the help of local community. For the fire department, the first step to take is looking for people inside the building, then is trying to save as possible of the museum collection. At the same time as the firefighters are cooling the external building with water from the truck hose. Uh, the fire department distance to the museum is 250 miles away. Time to arrive is 5 minutes, and truck water capacity is 5,000 liters, and the number of firefighters needed is 6. The fire spread so fast, acting quickly is essential. Next slide, please. So, if there's any issue with the water output of our truck, according to the fire department surgeon, the truck is equipped with hoses that drain water from nearby locations. Also has another trucks and equipped cars available. So have hydrant in 200 meters and have a river and five or sorry, 755 in 50 meters from there. It's a river called the Red River. Next slide, please. So for start the rescue collection in emergency situation, according to the museum director at time, around the museum there are few residents, but there is a space that could be used to store the rescued collection. Is the Federal University of Goiás, which is close to the museum, 1 minute in walking. Next slide, please. So, inside to prevent risks and acting in emergency after the prevent occurs. The site where the museum is located can provide resource in case of emergency. I remember in course the Japan case, which first the community helps with their own brigades, and then the fire department acts, emergency plans and training staff is essential to extinguish the fire quickly because the fire spreads so fast, and it is crucial to know how to act for saving lives and the collections. And have two phrases I think that from Aparna. The disasters are not natural, are consequence of human being. So this is very important to save the heritage, the collections, and the human lives. They're working together and collaborative, and I think is the best way to help the heritage and share the knowledge and put yourself in the issues of others. And I think it is. Next slide. Best regards to Ikram, Estonian, Swedish, Minister of Culture of Trogir, Brazil Institute of Museums, Department of Museums Process, Coordination of Preservation Security, Museum das Bandeiras, Military Fire Department, and Prevent colleagues. Next slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thais. Do we have any questions from the audience here in person? I have, Thais, I have one question for you. You said that you engaged the community around the museum. How did they find the topic? Did they think that it was relevant? Did they gladly participate? What was your experience?
Yes, the community right now it's more participated than before with the museum actions and the educational actions.
And you said that the staff, according to the plan, was supposed to use the fire extinguishers. So did they receive any type of training from the fire brigade, or how did that work?
Yes, they receive training, including today and afternoon. They will receive a capacitation with the fire department at the museum with all the staff, including the security, the clean team, all the collaborators.
You know, Marin and I talked a lot about how we used our existing resources. We didn't really need any additional outsourcing for most of the activities that we managed to complete during our project. How was that for you? Was there something that you needed to finance additionally, or was it just, you know, your engagement and your personal work and investment?
Yes, it's a little bit difficult. No, I don't have any research. It was for to learn and acquiring knowledge in this project.
Thank you. Oh, Martin has a question, so hold on for a second until the mic comes to him.
Okay.
Hello, nice to see you. You said that you had alarm and a detection at the museum, and you have a fire department 5 minutes away. Did you look into the possibility of connecting that alarm to directly to the fire department as a form of mitigation measure?
Yes, the fire alarm is not right now connected. Need this improvement, but the museum wants to do it.
Okay, thank you. So a lot of work ahead of all of us, right? It's a continuous process. Thank you, Thais. Thank you and congratulations. If there aren't any more questions from the chat room or the audience here, we can have a lunch break, and we'll be back at about 2:30. So 14:30 100 hours CET. Thank you.
I'm leader at ECROM, and I lead the First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program, as well as the team that is coordinating the Prevent initiative. We had a wonderful session this morning, and we have an exciting array of talks lined up for you. We have case studies from Palestine, Brazil, and Chile, all Prevent participating teams. And to kick off this afternoon's session, I am very happy to announce the team from Palestine. They will be talking about Church of Nativity, a World Heritage Site in Bethlehem in Palestine, and Hannah Najare, the site manager, will be discussing the work that she and her team have together done at this site after the first prevent workshop and the practical measures they have taken to reduce the fire risk at the site. Hannah, you're online?
Yes, hello everyone. Hello Aparna, how are you?
Very fine. And
good to see you again.
Very good to see you again. So without further ado, I pass on to you.
Yes, I am not sure that you are seeing my screen or not.
Actually, we will share your screen.
I am sharing. Yeah, I am sharing now.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Yes, Hanan, we can see it.
Okay, good. Okay. Hello, everyone. Of course, I am Hannah Najajra from Palestine. I am the site manager of World Heritage Property. And I chose part of the property, which is the Church of the Nativity. The church is very, very important part of the site, and it is very rich with different components. So that's why I chose the site. You can see some of its components. Although the building is of stone and marble, and it's maybe not vulnerable to fire, but the components of the building of the church is wooden. Most of them are wooden. The roof, the timbers, the doors, and also the site is with mosaic panels on the walls and the floor. And I mentioned also the furniture. It is also important because of its value for the Palestinians, for its historical and religious value. And I have the intention, or I first intended to attend the course because of the importance of the site, as I mentioned, also because of the huge restoration works in the site that caused the removal of this from the endangered list to the normal list. And also the management and conservation plan that was prepared for the site. One of its major components is to store a system in the site. And the thought that the training and the knowledge of fire preventing techniques is very important to help me later to work on the fire system. And also the site is welcoming, I think, a remarkable number of visitors. It's a range of from 600,000 to 1 million a year. And the site is also open for daily use. It's still in use. It's the oldest church from the 4th century that is still in use until now. So it's very important and crucial to include this site in this program and this initiative. After we finished the training in November, I tried to, we are not moving. I tried to organize myself and to make some schedules for the next steps. I'm not sure if you are seeing or hearing me.
Yes, we are seeing and hearing you.
Yeah, but I'm not okay. The slides are now moving. Okay, so I started from December after communicating with the civil defense department. I formally contacted them, and then they assigned a contact person. We made our first visit to the site, and we tried to do the necessary assessments and know what are the basic needs for the site to install the minimum fire system in the site, because we now cannot afford to install the fire system that is recommended in the management conservation plan. And I have some notes that were passed through the engineer. He noted that there were no water around the church. If any fire occurs inside or outside the church, there were no water sources. And also, although there is a smoke detection system, the system was not working because it was turned off and it needed some maintenance. So these were the basic notes on site from the first visit. We also tried to identify the most critical points, and they are actually around this area. This area is full of wooden furniture and altars. And here, the iconostasis, it's a huge piece. It's a huge altar. It's wooden and it's painted with gold, but it's not painted with fire preventive materials. And also, we can find here a lot of curtains and a lot of photos, wooden frame photos of angels and other religious figures. Also, under this iconostasis is the cave of the Nativity, and it's the only part of the church that is not restored until now during the restoration works that were held in the church. So these are the critical places and very vulnerable places for fire. These were the primary assessments and notes of the fire assessment department. And I tried to continue doing my work later, but during the next 3 months and 4 months, actually, it was difficult to do the activities that I had planned to, because one reason is the delay in receiving the assessment report, and second, because of the difficulty in contacting the representatives of the 3 denomination churches inside the church. This church is controlled by 3 denominations, Orthodox, Franciscan, and Armenian, and it was difficult to contact one without the other, and also difficult to do anything inside the church without contacting them and consulting them and getting their greetings and acceptance. So this time was difficult to reach them and communicate them. Until April, something was good at that time, that we succeeded to contact them and they agreed. But on the same time, I couldn't meet them. So I tried to work inside the Ministry of Tourism with the help of the Civil Defense Department and the Fire Department. They have a training unit there, and they were very helpful, very coordinative, and they volunteered to do any training we needed. So we had 2 training sessions in April. And I continued the arrangements during May, and also in May we tried to do something with them, but it was postponed for several engagements from MOTA and the Civil Defense. So the next step was a 3-day training session, and it included representatives from the 3 denominations. The Armenians, the Orthodox, and the Franciscan, their architects who work in the churches in conservation and restoration, The Ministry of Tourism also different parts, site management, other cultural site management, World Heritage, of course, management, and also the inspection team from MOTA, who are inside the site most of the time, the tourism police who exist outside of the church, and there is a special unit in the church. It's the church police who also were participants of this training. Sorry. Well, the trainees got basic knowledge and elementary knowledge of different kinds of risks and hazards, and also I asked them to concentrate a little bit on fire. They explained for them fire causes and types of fire distinguishers, and they explained to them also best practices during crisis and fire occurrences. They also gave them some basic information about first aid, actually. So I thought it was very good sessions, and the representatives of the churches actually were very happy, and they invited us to make the trainings inside the monasteries in the church complex. So I'm now working on the preparation for the next things with them, and they should include other people who work there or who live there, like priests, maintenance guys, cleaning guys, guards, and other people that they think they should be involved. And we are thinking in the future to organize a crisis team who should work inside the church if any accident happens in the future. During the previous time, the bad accident that happened in Egypt actually was a little bit good for us, because it encouraged our government to enhance the fire prevention systems inside religious places like churches and mosques. So our church was lucky also the first one to be visited in August. They started with our church, but I'm still waiting for their final assessment report until now. I think, and were the latest meetings with the churches to negotiate with them the dates that are suitable for them for the next trainings. Before I finish, I would like to say something about my experience in this training. That through this training, I learned some important things, that the basic knowledge that you get from trainings is very important. It encourages for further investigation and wider knowledge, because whenever you are interested in any subject that is tackled during the training, you will go and inspect and dig more and find the further knowledge. And of course, you will benefit from others' experiences. Also, I think that while implementing the basic things that I've learned during the training, I think that there's no need for a lot of resources to implement. I was working alone, actually. I started the training with another colleague, but in the implementation, she stopped. So I continued alone, but I can manage with little resources, although a team is very helpful. And also financial resources are in some stages are not or cannot be a barrier, because the training that we made was for free. The civil defense offers this for free, and Also, we have in the ministry the place, we have the venue, so it was costless. Actually, it was costless, and also our project was very inspiring, and that in the public relation in the ministry, they contacted the civil defense department and the fire section to make further trainings in the ministry. And they actually did their evacuation simulation training, whatever, inside the buildings of the ministry. But the main obstacles I was facing during the previous months, that it was very strict, and it was time consuming and delayed lot of implementation and doing activities. And also the most important one is that because of the church is still in use from residents of Bethlehem and Palestine in general, and also it's an attraction for tourism, so it's active all the time. So I cannot, it was difficult to arrange with the priests, the representatives of the three denominations to meet and to make the sessions or to make any field visit because of their commitments and engagements with the many ceremonies and celebrations and other engagements. And of course, because of the staff, the clinic staff, the guards were also very busy. So it was very difficult to gather them in one time. So these two obstacles were time consuming, and they made me a little bit behind my plan. And I am finished for now, but I was very lucky to attend the training, and I was very lucky with the ICROM team, who were very supportive and very well guiding during this past year. And thank you.
Thank you, Hanan, for that excellent presentation.
Thank you, Parna.
Maybe you cannot hear the applause. There is a lot of applause for your work and that work that you carried out single-handedly. You started with 2 people.
And ended alone.
And then did alone.
Yes.
Well, alone, but not really alone. I think you managed to pull in a lot of agencies together. So with that, I open the floor for questions. Any questions from the live audience here? Yes. Maybe I should.
Hello, Hanan. It's Alina.
Hello. Hello.
Just wondering, because you ended up working alone, was there anything, if you still had that other person with you, that it would have helped, you know, to achieve? Or were you just superwoman and managed to achieve everything you wanted to do on your own? Or is there something that you need, or you feel that the partnership would have helped deliver quicker, or helped you kind of get there kind of and deal with those relationships and those collaborations better?
Yes, it could help. Actually, my partner works for the municipality. So she helped me in connecting the water authority because we asked them if they can help in installing the water hydrant outside the church. So she connected them. This was after she stopped working with me, but she connected them, and they were very happy to cooperate in the future whenever we needed them. Of course, second hand is better than one hand, but you should cope when you are put in such a situation, and you should cope. I have no other choice.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ellen.
Hello, Anan. It's more a comment than a question,
Yes.
because I really thank you that actually you made it very clear what you could not achieve, and also what is the future. And this is also other theme that I really appreciate, you know, that it's still an ongoing project. This is not just the end. Like also in the morning, they said it's a planning. So, and that's a comment that I want to share with all of you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alicia. Thank you.
So Hanan, one last question, actually two last questions. One is that when you were showing the critical, in the floor plan, you identified critical areas in the church.
Yes.
And those critical areas, when you did it with the fire protection agencies, how did your perception change when you were working alone and then you brought in these experts from the fire risk managers or prevention specialists? How did your perception change, your risk perception, your idea of fire risk change?
I think it was for better. It was changed for better because I could see further from what I see, because they have the best knowledge, and they have more experience than I have. So it was good. I don't regret it, and I will, of course, consult them in future anytime.
Can you give a specific example how it was better?
How it was better? They started to suggest it's not in the assessment phase. In the second visit, which was in August, we took longer time during the tour. So their suggestions and how we can plan the path, the evacuation path from the church. Also, their knowledge, it was actually impressive. How far they are informed of very up-to-date techniques and ways and the best materials to use, how to act, and how to choose baths also, what recommendations they gave. I hope that I have their final assessment report and suggestions, but it was actually very impressive.
Okay, thank you. That was really helpful to understand. So next time, if you had another chance to apply to a prevent course, would you apply alone or would you apply with a person who understands the fire risk?
One who understands, of course.
So we rest our case. Okay, thank you.
Yes,
thank you once again.
I want to add something. If you remember, at first when I applied for the course, there was some inquiries about my background and whether I can communicate with them. And actually, I didn't understand the component of the training and the aim after the training. So I didn't consider the necessity of including someone who is with the background in fire. That's why I chose this partner from the beginning, because I was not aware of the main goal of the training, because I was new, and this was the first training course I have in the World Heritage and in fire. So I was unexperienced.
Thank you, Hanan. You have an important responsibility rests on your shoulder. You are looking after a very iconic site, the Church of Nativity and pilgrimage route of the Bethlehem. And so
yes,
we wish you all the best for this humongous task that you have taken on yourself.
Thank you. Thank you.
And we wish that your team goes on expanding. And with that, I thank you, and I invite Catherine Gola, who's a conservation architect from the National Institute of Historic and Artistic Heritage in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, and Cynthia Taris, conservation architect and representative of officer in Rio de Janeiro, in Itamaraty Palace, and she's from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Brazil. This is the team that was working in the Itamaraty and is still working in Itamaraty Palace complex in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. And let's hear what they have been doing post-training and what milestones they have been achieving together. So over to Catherine and Cynthia. Cynthia's with you? Yep.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
We are very pleased to be here presenting our study case. Making part of the Prevent course last year was a very important opportunity for both of us. So this is our study case in the intermediate complex. Next. Next slide. Okay, it's a PDF, okay. So we studied 2 buildings that make part of the Itamaraty complex that you can see in the photo. So this complex is situated in a relatively dense urban environment. In the upper part, prior. In the upper part, you have the library, map library and archive building. And the bottom, you have the historical and diplomatical museum. So these are the 2 main buildings of the complex, and these are the buildings we studied. Okay, both of them have important collections. So we are talking about the cartographic collection of world relevance and the most important in Latin America, with parchment and paper pieces. We are talking about a historical archive of high relevance to the history of Brazil and the history of international relations and foreign affairs in the world from the late 18th century, equally on paper. We have also there a collection of incunables and books covering 90,000 volumes, a collection of photographs of great historical importance in the country, and finally, a museum collection with paintings, furniture, and decorative arts representative of the history of Brazil in the last 2 centuries. Next, okay. Perhaps it's not an exaggeration to say that this group of collections, for its diversity, may not have in Brazil something that could be compared in terms of artistic and historical value. Next. Okay. Our goals were, first, to make a fire risk assessment, and second, have a collections values assessment. So we wanted to know where are the fire risks in those buildings, to draw fire scenarios in both most significant buildings with larger and most valuable collections, to know which collections have the greatest intrinsic values, informational, historical, and cultural values. We wanted also to know the relative values of each group of collections and to know precisely where these different collections are located. And finally, to know the risk perceptions of the managers of the collections, to know what they will do in fire situations, and finally, to know which would be the objects and collections that would be rescued first in case of an emergency. So one of the main achievements that resulted from this collective work between IFA and Itamaraty technical team was to obtain a much clearer and much comprehensive view of the current level of fire risks in the complex. Not only based on the risk assessment in the 2 of the main buildings, as well due to the extensive research with users, employers, and those responsible for the collections. So in order to know which and where could be the different fire risks in the two main buildings of the complex, we had to classify first the hazards like makeshift installations, flammable products, old and out of standards electrical facilities. Second, we mapped the vulnerabilities like the lack of pressure of the fire hydrant network that now is fixed. And third, the exposure of the artifacts and collections. Then, along with designing some fire scenarios, we made 6 fire scenarios. We also took into account the response capacities. So our general qualitative analysis for the e-temerities risk assessment is that the fire would have a very high and extreme impact with a big damage and loss of collections, even considering a medium probability, as we can see on this prevent matrix. So we also think that here, the global fire risk is magnified by increased factors like vulnerability and exposure factors, given that collections are very diverse in dimensions, materiality, cultural values, state of conservation, and so on. So the main vulnerabilities can also be found in buildings themselves, large open areas, open connections between rooms and floors, poor compartmentation, shafts, open and large staircases, etc. So about scenarios now, scenarios must necessarily identify an agent of fire, like a hazard, a time of occurrence, which part of the heritage is exposed, vulnerabilities coming from the spatiality and the building materials, like, for example, their state of conservation, and also the vulnerabilities coming from people's behaviors. So the first scenario has been done for the historical and diplomatic museums. And in here, we are going to present only 2 situations. The first one is the present situations where we don't have any automatic system for fire detection, and we don't have any automatic system for fire suppression. However, in this baseline situation, we have already a fire hydrant network that is working properly outside and inside the buildings. And also we have a trained local volunteer fire brigade, thanks to Cynthia. Just 2 observations. This voluntary brigades is not yet trained to remove and rescue collection objects. This will be the next stage of the work. So all of these estimates are detailed in spreadsheets based on the course method, but we are not going to show it here. So the second scenario in this building is considering a forecast situation. We would have not only the existing fire hydrants network, but also an automatic fire detection and suppression systems like sprinklers, plus a local professional civil firefighters team hired to work on the complex 24 hours a day. So next, in this first scenario, the ignition is caused, it's a scenario, so it's an imagination game. The ignition is caused by a short circuit in the chandelier that was left lit after an event in the ballroom on a Tuesday night when firefighters take around 20 minutes to reach the complex. observe that the ballroom is entirely connected by open large doors with the other rooms of the museum. Horizontal and vertical compartmentation don't exist in this 19th century building. So here, the ignition is supposed to begin at 8:00 p.m. So here we have an idea of the fire in the ballroom. Some minutes after the ignition, we would have already about maybe 10 square meters of the ballroom in fire. Then the next situation at 9 minutes after the ignition, the fire is already reaching all the ballroom, about 100 square meters, plus the surrounding rooms in the open and the open staircase. So there we would have about 500 square meters on fire in this floor. In less than half an hour of fire, we could imagine the fire burning all the upper floor of the museum and a part of the lower floor. So here in the upper cross sections, you can see that less than half an hour, all the upper floor is on fire, and a big part of the ground floor, like an important exhibition room, would be on fire. So here we would have about 2,000 square meters on fire. Comparing both scenarios, so the second one is the one where you have automatic detection, automatic suppression. Comparing both scenarios, we can observe a very big difference between the areas affected by fire. Only 20 square meters if we had automatic detection and sprinklers on the ballroom, plus the professional brigades, almost 2,000 versus almost 2,000 square meters in the prior scenario. So here, when you compare the duration of the fire, we would need between 12 to 17 hours to extinguish the fire in the museum in the worst scenario, versus a couple of hours in the second scenario. We would have almost all the building on fire with a catastrophic collections loss. On the scenario 2, we'll have a little part of the ballroom reached by fire, but it would be all covered with soot. We'll have to losses in decorated ceiling, loss of the sofa and the chandelier. So comparing the time of emergencies response, we will have between 17 to 24 hours from ignition to overhaul in the worst scenario, versus a couple of hours, or a little more, I don't know, with the second scenario, which we hope that the fire does not exceed the flashover stage. This means that in the ideal scenario, we would have only 1% of the worst scenarios area affected by the fire, and only about 5% of the response time comparing to the worst scenario. Just an observation, actually, all the electrical features in the upper floor of this museum are so obsolete and hazardous that they are constantly turned off since 2018. Next. Okay, this is the second building. We are considering the same previous situation, the two scenarios. We have here in the photo on the right, you can see an old fire escape ladder that is condemned and is not working anymore. So next. Here, the two fire scenarios are considering the ignition during the day at 2:00 p.m. on a Tuesday. So this would also be caused by a short circuit in the library lights located in the intermediate floor of the library. Consider, looking at these cross sections, that all this part of the building is vertically connected. Like let's take into account, you can see this on the cross section on the bottom of the slide. So let's take into account that on Tuesday, the firefighters take around 40 minutes to reach the Itamaraty complex because of the traffic in town. Next. In the cross sections for the first scenario, we can see the fire consuming the entire collection, including the rare collection, and causing the collapse of the steel shelves. So here, we would have a loss of 100% of the collection stored in this sector of the BMA. Remember that the firefighters just reached the site in 40 minutes. It means that when they arrive, almost the entire collections is lost. In the second scenario, we would have approximately a loss of only 2% of the collections. Look, this is an estimate. So we would have to deal with moistened and wet collections around the ignition points due to the action of the water sprinklers. Comparing again with the floor plan, so this part of the building is separated from the other parts. That's why the fire is contained in this area. Anyway, it's a big one. So comparing again with the floor plan, in the worst scenario, we will have around 15 to 19 hours from ignition to overhaul, compared to maybe a couple of hours with the better scenario. So in the first scenario, we would have about 1,100 square meters on fire versus 20 square meters in the ideal scenario. So we did also value assessments, risk and value assessment surveys. We made several meetings among people working in the complex and also with the heads of the different collections, archive, library, photographic archives, and so on. So this presentation is based on a work on progress, and the risk and value assessment would not have been possible without the great support of our colleagues, the head of collections, and our managers. So now you have the results. We prepared 3 surveys, one for the employees in general, servers and the interns of the complex, around 40 people, and another for the head of collections, the second one, and a third survey for visitors and people in general. We tried not to use academic terms for the first and the third survey. Another important thing was that we wanted to know what situations people would recognize as a risk in their work environment without inducing any answers. So of course, we have to say, they already understood it was a fire risk assessment. So summarizing in 2 questions for people working there, we asked, what problems do you see in your work environment? And what would you do in the case of fire? We could summarize the third survey for general people with a simple question. What does this place mean for you? Just a few people could answer it. So this is a value research that we should deepen. For the second survey, the one we directed for the heads of collections, we based ourselves on a conceptual frameworks used for similar assessments in cultural heritage collections. We asked them first to describe the main physical and formal characteristics of each collections related to the nature, rarity, and so on. This would be the intrinsic values. Then we asked to assign a scale to each of the different categories of the cultural heritage values. of the different collections. The scale was very high, high, moderate, and low. So, and second, we asked them, based on the values assessment, which would be the objects and collections they would have to save first in case of a fire. So they had a difficult task to prioritize objects and collections through
Catherine, I'm so sorry. This is very interesting. Could you try to wrap up in next 2 minutes?
Okay, but I have only 20 minutes. I was told that we had 25 minutes.
Okay, I'll give you 2 more minutes to wrap up. Yeah.
Okay. So here we have the results. Almost the half part of the answers are connected to the risk of fire. So these are spontaneous responses, spontaneous mentions, 22% directed to electrical hazards, and 7% directed related to the presence of highly combustible materials. So, okay, next. Here we have some priority lists in maps. This has to be reviewed. It's a beginning of a design of an emergency plan. Okay. We have done it for the both buildings. Then the next. This is about our fire codes. I think it's important to talk about quickly. Codes and standards are very important. However, without imagining scenario, it's much more difficult to evaluate the real risk in a historical building, whether it's a museum or not. So without scenarios, it's also much more difficult first to know what to do with the human, material, and financial resources we do already have. So, and second, what to do to prioritize emergency. Observe that the present fire codes in Rio don't require automatic suppression for museums. Now concluding, the raising awareness of fire risks and their consequences would not have been possible without this scenario building tool. Imagining collectively scenarios is critical to overcome prescriptive approaches. Here, as architects in Brazil, conservation architects, we are very used to have a prescriptive approach and not a scenario approach. So this is important. The fire scenario, unfortunately, is an imagination exercise that brings us pain and distress. But without doing this, it's much more difficult to know what we really can do with the means we have. The historical buildings are not inert. Their change and deterioration processes are constant, especially in Brazil, where you don't have many resources for the conservation and restoration. So building should not be only considered in their material dimension, but as places where you can see and observe several interactions between people and spaces. Thus, interactions between people and buildings say a lot about the fire risks. Having established these premises, we hope to be able to continue this work and doing a risk management plan for the complex. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. And thank you, Cynthia. And thank you for those very profound words that interactions between people and buildings are indicative of the fire risk, and these interactions, the use and the meaning that fire heritage holds also helps us to determine the risk it faces. With that, I open the floor for questions. I think there is an online question. Is there an online question? Yui, would you like to say it loud?
Hello? Yes, of course. But do we have any questions in the in-person audience? All right. So we have a question from Jean that asks you, Catherine, if you have checked your value item evacuation plan with your local firefighters, and does that plan make sense to them?
So this is something we are going to do. We couldn't achieve to contact the firefighters department, but we had already contacted a firefighter, a civil firefighters who works for Itamaraty, but the department not yet. So we don't really have a plan. We are planning to have a plan. So these are the premises of the plan. We have big buildings and big collections that are being inventoried. So this is the beginning of a process.
Wonderful. And we have two more questions for you. One is from Juliana, who would like to know if the response time from the firefighters is a sure thing. Would they really take 40 minutes to respond?
They would take 40 minutes to get on the site because of the traffic during the day. So once they are on the site, of course, they are very quick. It's very, they used to do it very quickly, but to get on the site, this firefighter told us that in these conditions, they would take around 40 minutes to get there.
Thank you. And one last question from Augustine. They say, thank you for the great presentation. How did you build the fire growth timeline in the different scenarios?
We used the method of the course. We learned a methodology in the course based on the fact that the fire spreads. It's not a linear velocity of the spread, it's exponential. So based on that, we used spreadsheets to estimate the times of the fire scenarios, thanks to the course we did last year.
Thank you so very much. Over to you, Aparna ma'am.
Thank you so much. And again, once again, I would be very interested to know more about the value assessments that you have been carrying out and also the risk perceptions. That was very interesting. And I'm sorry we didn't have more time to get into that. If there are any we have just about 3-4 minutes. So are there any questions from the audience here? No? No? So you see? You have explained everything very well. With that, thank you so much. Catherine and Cynthia, you want to say something? Last words? Any last thoughts that you want to express?
We didn't have any cost, but a cost in time. We stopped other works, other things we were doing to concentrate in this research. So, but it was wonderful to do it. So I recommend that people participate in the next course.
Thank you. And with that, let's give them a big hand once again. Now it's time for us from Brazil, we are going to parachute to Chile. And we have Ximena Pessoa, the director of the Museum of Decorative Arts and the Dominican History Museum from the Ministry of Culture, who will be presenting, hopefully with her teammate. And her topic is how to approach the fire prevention of a library, a museum, and a heritage building with an oil station next to it. So hazard next to the place. Over to Ximena. Good morning, I guess, for you.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So please start your presentation.
Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see you again. And also I would like to thank because this is a very, very important opportunity for us from Chile to share this wonderful experience. So we are the next, please. We are located in Santiago, in the old part of Santiago. Santiago is the capital of Chile, and we are about 6 million of people here. And our building is located in Recoleta, and Recoleta is a neighbor. It has about 200,000 people. So we live, the next please, we live, we work, but I'm going to present my team first. I got a master in museum studies from NYU, and now since 2016, I'm working here at the Ministry of Culture. I direct two museums, the Museum of Decorative Arts and the Museum of Dominical Historical. I work with 11 people, but 4 of them are security personnel and 3 are cleaning staff. So we are, as you can see, we are a very small team, okay? So we are responsible for 6,500 art objects in total. And the library has already 100,000 books. Some of them are in the exhibition, third, and the other one are located in a warehouse in the same building, but in the second patio. And we have a very, very small amount of money per year, as you can see. It's almost $1,000 per month. Okay, the next, please. This is my team. You can see we have only a person who takes care of the collections, another one who is working in education, and the person in charge of the library and the secretary. So we are in charge of these 3 institutions in the main patio. The next one. So this is the building. The building is a colonial building. It was made in 1886. Pardon, sorry. Yes, correct. So it has 3 patios. The next, please. So you can see here, the first patio. Here is located the 2 museums and the library. In the second one and the third one, there are another institution that belongs to the Ministry of Culture also. Okay, but we receive people only in the first patio. The next one, please. So the building itself, it was made with mud and straw. It's adobe in a Spanish word. It's a very organic building in a way. It's something like a live building. A lot of wood in the construction, so it's a very old construction. Everything is very dry, so for that reason, it's very vulnerable. The next, please. You can see the garden. This is a beautiful garden we have in the first patio, the place where we are working. The second. Thank you. So in this building, there are mainly office corridors. The next one, conference room for 200 people here. The next one, this is the library. The library is located in the original space. Okay, so you could see here the original bookcase. And because of the natural condition of the building, this place has excellent temperature or humidity condition to preserve the books. The next one. This is the Museum Decorative Arts area. The museum is about 5 rooms. in one place of the building, and the other one, the next one, please, is located at the Dominican Historical Museum. So the next one. Also, we have collection deposit area. And the collection of the Museum of Decorative Art, it is about 5,000 objects. Mainly are ceramics, glass, stone, some paintings, some sculpture, some engravings. All of these in a small format. Okay, so we have some in the deposit and another one in the exhibition. The next, please. And in the third patio, we could find the conservation and restoration center, and they have a lot of labs where they do procedures. So this is a very special place because they use a lot of sensitive chemicals. The next one. And also we have deposit where we keep the cleaning and museum materials. So this is a very vulnerable place too. The next one. So we were working with the firefighters, and we were analyzing some very specific point of the building itself, the building construction materials, straw, mud, and wood. The chemicals, as I said, that the conservator used at the labs, the fuel station that is very, very close to the building, we will see later. The building facade is a very old building because it was part of the original building, but we didn't have enough resources to restore that building yet. And also because Recoleta, the street Recoleta, where we are located, is a very old and a main street. There are a lot of protests in Chile now. You probably know about it. So many times there are a lot of people going through that street in some specific date. So also that is another source of a possible fire. The next, please. So you can see here a photograph of the building before the main restoration that we did in 2005. You could see the structure and the materials. The next one. So as I said, the chemical that used in the conservation center. This next, please. And here is the gas station, you see, okay? The next one. And this is the building, okay? You can't see the building where the collection are located because the building is behind this. But this is a very, very old building. Because of this is a national heritage, we cannot take out of this and build another building. So we need to do a very expensive project of restoration of this. But today it looks like exactly like this. The next one. So if you could see, if you go inside the building, you could appreciate that the entrance, the main entrance is very narrow. So just in case on a fire, the firefighters cannot access to the building for this place. They need to go for the back entrance. The next one. So another photo of the building. It has a lot of graffiti. The next one. So the location, you could see that we are almost two buildings or one building from the gas station. The next one. Thank you. So this is the back entrance, you see, because this space is a huge space. So just in case a fire, the firefighter should go through the place, to this street, Tabaré. And it has a lot of difficulties. You see, there is a door here, so we need to connect, to talk with the people. This is a school. It's not easy, okay? The next one. So this is an image of the protesters that it happens mainly in September 11, when it was the dictatorship in Chile in 1973. So every September 11, we have something similar. And now also in October 19, today, because of happened about the related to the constitution. So the next one. So as a team, we were working with, as a team, I work with the collection manager and the education manager in a way to prepare the scenario, yeah? So I asked to the collection manager to choose some objects from economical point of view, the most valuable object at the collection, and also ask the same to the educational manager, because we have very expensive objects, but also we have objects that are very meaningful to the community. So that for us is very important to protect too, okay? And also we decided that we need to protect some objects at the room, at the exhibition room, because of the size of the object, and also we need to take out some small objects. So we use some labels to identify what kind of object we need to take out, and what kind of object we need to protect in situ. Okay, so if after we do this with the museum team, we did something similar with the firefighters. And here we work with Jorge Garcia. So we decided that we need to do an exercise in a real situation, okay? So they, could you go with the next, please, the next slide, thank you. You can see an example of the a small object. The next one. For example, this is a huge one, so we need to protect this object in the exhibition room. The next one. So we thought that main causes of fire in our building, it could be electrical connection because the building is very old, and we used to use a lot of extensions to connect some electrical devices. And also it could be some problem that happens at the oil station, and an earthquake, because as you know, we have a lot of earthquakes in Chile. The next one. So as I said, we identify the object, we coordinate with the firefighters, and also we have another meeting with our security staff in a way that the security staff could be aware of the labels, because in an scenario of the fire, the lights go off. So the security personnel need to do very quickly to show the firefighters the main entrance and the what are the objects that they need to take out and what are the objects that they need to protect. The next one. So this was the fire control and evacuation plan that the firefighters present to us. It was a work we do together. So the main thing was to call the person who is in charge of the security at the building, and this is only one person. So the next one. So the firefighters, they identified 3 areas. First, they arrived to the place and then they identified 3 areas. The first one is to put the object in a safe place. Then they recognize the object and they introduce the information in a database that they have. And then they place the object in a place where the museum team could access. The next one. The next one. So we decided with the firefighters that the fire will start here in the 2nd floor because there are a lot of books and there are a lot of paper, there are a lot of electrical connections, and also because if the fire starts here, it's very easy to go to the 1st floor because there are small stairs that connect one floor with another. The next one, as you can see, no, that the space, the doors are narrow, the staircase connecting the 2 floors are very, very narrow. It's very bad at the first time, at the first sight, but then it's very easy to work with very small resources to prevent that the fire goes down. The next one. You could see here how these small stairs from 2nd floor goes to the 1st floor where is located the main library. The next one. You could appreciate here some labels, the red, the green, the next one. So here is when the firefighters arrived to the museum. They arrived through the back entrance, as I said. Here is Jorge Garcia giving some instructions to the firefighters. The next one. And then we are very quickly going through the corridors with the director of the library here. The firefighters, they have special boxes to put the books and take out. The next one. And also we have here inside the library another instructions to decide who is going where. The next one. Another photos of the firefighters. The next one. Please, the next one. And this is the place where the firefighter decide to put the equipment, and then they are going to introduce the information in the database. This is a database that use the main information of the book, you know. The next one. This is another step to put in boxes that the firefighters took to the place to protect the books. The next one. You can see here they are working with the materials, because until the firefighter said to us that the place is safe, we as a team, as a museum team, we could go. So all these steps are doing by them, by the firefighters. The next, please. So this kind of materials that they bring to the library to show us how we could protect some object in situ. You could see this kind of blanket, special for fire. The next one. So this is some of the conclusions from the firefighters' point of view. It was very successful because everyone was very motivated and involved in this activity. There was a very good communication between everyone. And also it shows that there are a lot of interest to do this kind of activity working with other institutions. The next one. Here some conclusion from the point of view of the firefighter that I said before. It's difficult because the entrances are small, so we need to connect at least 3 people to open this back entrance. We need to work a little more with the people who work in the other patio, because as I said, we have 2 more patios where I can say that 70 people work there. So we need to connect a little more there with the others. The next one. So because we have a small resources, as I said, we need to think about some practical solution. And also, I remember that Aparna in another session said that maybe we could put some value in what kind of materials could help us to protect the object in any situation of a fire. So we thought that a very good idea could be to put a sliding door in this stairs that is located in the 2nd floor, to in a way to prevent that the fire goes to the 1st floor. The next, please. And also we thought that it's a very good idea to buy this blanket to protect the object in situ. And also this is a very, okay, this plastic you could see here is a very good idea to protect this the bookshelves, you know, from the water. So as you can see, both are very cheap way to be prepared in case of a fire. The next one. The next one. And here I do the exercise, no? Thinking in Aparna, I do the exercise, and you can see that it's not a lot of money to have these materials, and it will be very, very helpful to the firefighters' work in a real scenario. The next one. So the conclusion is the coordination with the other institution is a very key issue. And I remark this because in Chile, we are not too, we don't do it frequently. Even though sometimes we are very close one to another office, we don't do it. We need to improve our communication channels, and we need to have very clear roles in case of a real scenario. And I think that the most important is that we could, with small economic resources, we could afford this kind of cheap materials to protect our heritage. The next one. So thank you. And we are here, the whole team, that day when we did the exercise. So if you have any question.
Thank you, Ximena, and thank you to all your team and the team of firefighters that work with you. Thank you for this excellent presentation with very practical steps that you have taken and a lot of work that you have carried out, from scenario to risk assessment to scenario building to risk evaluation, and then also some preparedness mitigation measures that you have been able to in a budget that and also I really appreciated that you also outlined some of the costs that are involved, and I think this is what the decision makers or the managers look for when we propose mitigation measures. With that, I would like to open the floor for questions. Any questions in the live audience amongst? Yes, go. Helena.
I will be there.
Yes. Also from the firefighters, Marine, if you have any question for him, Davina. Okay, yes, and Lucas. Okay, great.
Hi, Zima. Just wanted to ask a little bit about the labeling or the kind of notifications to put on this. I suppose we've all been looking at grab sheets, and I had been thinking, is there a way to put something on it that if somebody doesn't have the grab sheet, at least they know they have the right object? But I don't know if you've set something up and kind of there's a little bit more detail about that. Parna, is there an international kind of little symbol and way to do it, because you'd be afraid with the glues going on to precious items like that you're causing damage? So just, I don't know if there's any more information on that as a system, just as a visual in the rooms, that people are going into if you don't have the grab sheets.
No, there is no international labels. We don't know about it. This is a very domestic solution that we propose. Something. Did you listen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. This is something that we do very local, very. It is not related to anything of international labels. No, we choose a color green and a red. Red means that you need to protect the object inside, and a green means that you need to take out you could take out the object. So you see that the books have the label inside, but this label is acid free, so it's not going to damage the book in any way. Okay, and also these kind of labels, they shine in the darkness, because as you can see, if the firefighters, they take out the lights immediately when they arrive to the building. So they need to have the capacity to identify the object. So for that reason, we choose this kind of label.
Thank you. I just want to add to what Ximena said, that this is it's like made of fluorescent materials.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Yes, exactly.
And they are inert materials that can be placed on books or on other and they are also waterproof in that sense.
Yes, and because we need to look for some kind of solution that it's affordable for us.
Yes, and these are cheap. You also on your you also have them on roads, and you have these materials, and these are very cheap to acquire. You have glow tags or glow signs, and you can keep them placed on the objects, but provided you have some sort of an agreement and everyone knows what they stand for. And in the light, as the light is not there, so in the darkness.
And also only the museum team and the security manager know the meaning of these labels, because we don't want to alert to the thief that which objects are more expensive or more valuable or whatever.
Okay. Another question from Luca Nasi.
Yeah, we know also now the meaning of the sign. I was thinking about the but anyway, no, I was astonished by the work you have done, because I am trying to achieve this from years in Italy, and I wasn't able, actually. We are working on this. So very simple solutions, but I think it's exactly what we have to look for. No, we don't need to spend too much money, but if you are in the condition to have this collaboration between firefighters and the museum, I think this is a really beautiful goal that you realized. And I was also, yeah.
Thank you. And you could see that the budget is it's a small budget per month, you know, to protect, just in case something happened, because as you know, we have a lot of earthquake in Chile, and this is a very old and dry building. So we need to be very alert. And this kind of very cheap materials are very useful for us, just in case a real scenario happens.
And I'm also sure that, you know, in the future, this collaboration between firefighters and your museum will lead also to other ideas about earthquake and things. No, another thing I was thinking about, the building that is in bad condition in front of the street, that you said is a risk of fire also because the riots. And did you consider could be possible to put a non-combustible barrier separating, you know, the facade of the building from the street? This sometime it's possible, and it's cheap, and you know, can give you more.
Yes, you're absolutely right. We did already. We put some metals on the windows in a way to protect that any bombs from the street could go inside and to produce a fire. So we did it already.
Because
the problem is that this is a national heritage, this building, this old building. So we can't take this out. That is a huge problem, because we need to ask for permissions to many commissions. Even though we have the money, it's very, very difficult because of the bureaucracy here in Chile, you know? So now we do exactly what you said. We use these huge metal placas to protect the windows.
Yeah, my proposal was to do the same for the old facade, for the old buildings. We had in Italy many problems with fire in restoration places because before they use a lot of combustible material, like a sheet of woods, and it was really easy to put on fire that.
Yeah.
So at least until a certain height, now we usually have the prescription to use non-combustible material. So it could be an idea if you.
I could go to Italy if you want.
Yeah, but again,
I will be delighted.
Yeah, congratulations for your work.
And I would like to thank, even though my team is not here, I would like to thank them because they were so willing to cooperate, to share ideas. And as you could see, we are a very, very small group. So I'm very happy that we did it.
Small but effective. Anybody else? Any other online questions, Juhi? Okay.
Yes, first,
Marine has a question and then online question.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's nice to see you all. And first of all, say hello to Jorge, my colleague. I'm very happy to see the firemen actively involved in your museum. We hope to achieve that in Croatia also, as in Italy. I have a question about the access points you mentioned. The first access is very small, not enough for fire vehicles. They use another entrance Do they enter alone, or do you have to wait for someone from the museum to come to the premises to open the, or because I see the firemen are doing all the action, the extraction and of salvaging art from the museum. Thank you.
As I said, it's a huge problem that because we need to contact to the other person in another building to ask for that back entrance. So at least I should go through 3 persons to get the door open. So that is a huge problem because the truck only could access for that back entrance. So you are very right, because it's a very difficult. We need to work in that because we need to resolve that that issue.
Thank you. I think we have 2 questions online. One is from Mr. Richard Hughes, and he would like to know if you're involving the other nearby museums and galleries in emergency actions, such as storage and conservation treatments, and if your assets are affected by a fire disaster and are taken out of your buildings. I think we also have Mr. Richard here. If you'd like to add or clarify the question, Mr. Hughes.
Hello, I was in Santiago a couple of weeks ago, passing through, doing some work elsewhere. It did seem to me that you have a wonderful resource of museums, and there's the National Library as well. All of those look well funded and well looked after and well cared for, and would have a significantly useful role if you locally have a fire in your building that requires the materials to be removed and stored somewhere else and requiring emergency treatment. I would add that my comment relates to fire. I think the situation, if you have an earthquake, is far more difficult than just imagining or thinking that the fire brigade will turn up in 14 minutes or something like that to help. I think in a significantly large earthquake, there would be significantly greater difficulties of dealing with your collections.
Richard, you are right. But because this building is a very old one and it was made in the colonial period, the walls are 1 meter wide, you know. So this building had already at least 2 or 3 huge earthquakes, and the building resists very well, you know. And so that was very, very good. And also related to the exercise that we did with the firefighters, we are the unique institution that had this opportunity in Chile now. So we are very, very lucky because we did this exercise, and also because the firefighters are located very close to the museum. It could be 10 blocks. So we are very, very lucky in that way.
Is that the one with the wonderful old fire engine that you can see through a glass panel off the street? That would be nice to actually have that based at your museums, and it could be useful.
Yes.
Okay, well, thank you, Richard, and thank you, Ximena, for a wonderful presentation. I once again thank all the speakers of this panel from Brazil, Chile, and Palestine. Thank you for your excellent presentations and inspiring work. And with this, I bring this session to close. I thank Juhi Ambani for her coordination for online questions. And we will take 10 minutes break. It's 16:15. So we should be back here at 16:25. It's almost 16:20. Well, on my watch, it says 4:17. Okay. The coordinator, I'm still on the Italian time. Okay. Okay. Well, 10 minutes.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Nasi, please join us. Yes. Yeah, of course. Okay, great. Welcome, everyone. Good evening, good afternoon, morning, if you're from the other side of the world. And welcome to the last part of our two-day international symposium on prevent, mitigating fire risk at heritage places. Today, now, what we're going to do is grill all the participants and try to get as many insights and experiences from them to understand the best practices, really get the tips out of them on what is the best way to mitigate fire risks for heritage places. To introduce myself, I am a conservation architect. My name is Jui Ambani, and I'm a consultant for disaster risk management and climate action at the First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program, ICROM, under the guidance of our senior program leader, Ms. Aparna Tandon. We also have with us facilitating this conversation with me, my colleague, Mohana Chakraborty. She's joining us online, and she's also a conservation architect and a consultant for climate action and peace building with the FAR program. Additionally, we have Linda Lanevu, who is now working as a freelance heritage consultant and was a former civil servant at the Estonian National Heritage Board. During her service, she has focused on management of movable heritage and heritage emergencies. And lastly, but never the least, the star Alessia Strozzi, who is a conservation officer of Italian Ministry of Culture for disaster risk reduction and for cultural heritage. So what are we doing here? This is going to be our facilitator panel, and we have our expert wildfire, Ms. Tandon and Mr. Luca Nasi, who are going to also shock the participants. So not trying to scare the participants, but well, good luck. So what did we learn in these 2 days? What was our aim? It's that for effective risk management, it is crucial to bring diverse perspective. It is crucial to make multidisciplinary partnerships. It is crucial to communicate, to come on the same common ground for languages. While it is important to include experts, such as fire risk prevention, insurers, health managers, as Mr. Nasi as well pointed out, it is also important to involve communities, neighbors, custodians, managers, people who see these heritage sites every single day, who live there, who live close by. Why? Because they are the ones who will be able to respond immediately, take proactive action, take proactive measures, and inform the fire risk experts to actually save heritage on time. Because what we've understood is time is of essence in terms of fire risk management. Today's session will be quite interesting. We are going to, as we are facilitating the conversation, so are you, and so is the audience that we have on Zoom with us. Everyone is able to ask all of our participants who had such a wonderful experience any question that they would like. And I will now ask Alessia to introduce our panelists, and I will ask Mohana to pin them on our Zoom platform.
Yes. Thank you very much, Julie. So let's start with our hosting, the Croatia. We have Jasna Popovic, head of the Conservation Department in Trogir, Ministry of Culture and Media of the Republic of Croatia. There we are. Then we have Ireland in the same little spot. There we are. We have Mark Doyle, Senior Executive Fire Prevention Officer, together with Elena Bergin, Senior Executive Architectural Conservation Officer for the Fingal County Council. Then next, we have Canada, and we have René Champagne, Manager Fire Protection and Prevention, Parks Canada Agency. It's slowly they're coming. Okay, then we have Israel. So Israel, I think is Jessica Lewinsky, right? I think they are looking for that. So Jessica is Preventing Conservation Officer for the Israel Museum Jerusalem. Today they have the presentation. Is so far, Mona, everything goes well? Good, good, thank you. Then we have Brazil. We have two teams from Brazil. The first Brazil is with Thais Assis, is technical analyst museologist from the Brazilian Institute of Museums. There we are, little by little, everyone is coming. Then we have from the Palestinian territories, we have Hanan Najarjeh from the World Heritage Site Manager. It's the birthplace of Jesus, the Church of the Nativity and the pilgrimage route of Bethlehem, Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities. Then we have the second team from Brazil. We have Catherine Galois, Conservation Architect, National Institute of Historic and Artistic Heritage from Rio de Janeiro. And last but not least, we have Chile with Ximena Pessoa, director. She's of the Museum of Decorative Arts and Museum of Historical Dominican Ministry of Culture, Arts and Heritage. Little by little, they are joining. Good. So don't be scared. We will now start with one of the first funny things. We will now spin the wheel in order to, because we want to be fair. And
okay, I think we're having some small technical issue, but yes, there we have the wheel. Before we start spinning the wheel, I would just like to introduce what game we're playing and how the audience can participate. So I will ask Mohana to put this link in the chat for all of our online community joining from all around the world. You can click on this link and participate with us and answer any questions that we're also asking the panelists. Mohana, is all okay from your side? Shall we move on?
Yes.
Okay, great. Alessia, over to you. Let's spin the wheel.
Let's spin the wheel. Be kind with us, because we have this technical issue. We are trying to do our best to make online audience and in-present audience to communicate and work together. So, Mona, let's spin the wheel. Let's see who is going to start. We see a frozen thing. No, just for.
Have you played? There
yes,
you go.
So there we go. Let's see who's going to be the first. Brazil.
From Thais.
Oh.
Are you ready? Let's give the floor to Linda now.
Okay, wonderful. The wheel has been doing the spinning, and now I would have an opening question to both the panelists and the audience. And so Thais, for you to start. So while conducting a fire risk assessment, who do you think should be included in the process?
We should be included to the process the citizen, the community nearby, the cleaning crew, the administrative staff, and the security team, the fire department, and the civil defense.
Thank you.
The audience as well, please feel free to click on the link that is in the chat and answer. You will be able to type in your answers and we will directly see it on our screen.
Yes, we're very much excited to see also what our online community has to say about this question. But to include one other team, I would also like to ask the same question from Croatia. So Jasna, what do you think?
Well, I think almost everybody who has any type of connection with the site, of course, apart from the staff, the community, as Thais said, who is the first responder, right? The firefighters, the visitors. Sometimes on site we have, permanent residents, I don't know, maybe the Irish team can help me out. I have an advantage that we're in the same room, so we can share answers. But as many perspectives as possible will give us, you know, a better understanding of the site and of the risks.
Thank you so much. So do we have any fascinating answers from our online community?
Maybe may I?
Yeah, jump in.
Yeah, I don't know, but at least in Italy, but maybe also in other countries, we have some boards that has to look for the risks that are connected to the countryside, the risk of flood or chemical risks. Places where, you know, you can have industrial situation that can be dangerous, like, you know, we saw the one in Chile with the oil station. I thought it was a refinery, actually. Instead, it was only a place to, if I understood right, to give gasoline to a car. So, you know, it's not so bad in the end. But I think that also find all this expertise that you have around and connected, be able to, you know, to search for all this information. It's very useful, even if it's not easy usually.
Thank you. Thank you. Here from the peer person in presence, you were collecting a little bit from the online audience. From you, what's you think it's important to have as part of your stakeholder?
Thank you. Well, I have to back my team Croatia. You know, I think no information is useless. It only takes longer for risk assessment if you have many information, but I think it's not a bad thing. So even I see here, the cleaning staff may have some information that I don't know because I'm not a cleaner expert, but maybe they have information on storage of you know, cleaning materials, and that can be a risk hazard and a risk assessment. So I think there's no information is useless, but it takes longer and it is more quality.
Does anyone else? I will come close to you so you don't. No, so I'll stay close to you so you feel part of. Yes.
So would anyone like to reflect on what our audience is slowly now filling up?
I do have, while the audience still, and it's a question for everyone, because we have said this word, you know, community a lot. Community, you know, this is what is community for you? Like, let's make a little bit of on this.
Community in our case in Newbridge, that would be the, I suppose, the community on site, which is varied. We've spoken about that. There's the operator and all the staff associated with the operator. Then there's also the staff associated with the site who are Fingal staff, but are outdoor staff. They work on the farm, they work in the park. Then our community, for myself and Helena, is the community in Fingal itself, which would be the other professionals, and then our management team, senior management. And they're all people who need to be involved and need to be brought along. For us, that's our community, really. There isn't so much external community, but quite a lot of people.
Thank you.
I think, like Maren said, no information is bad information. I think you can't have too many people involved, because the more people that are involved, the better the outcome. Like for us, we would have many lenders to the museum in Fingal, and I think you might be afraid of talking about fire to the lenders because they won't give you their objects. But I think the benefit is that they appreciate that you're looking at all the risks and you're ultimately protecting their objects. And some people, like, nobody will know their objects better than them, and they will understand the risks. And so I think it's everybody you can bring on board. Engaging with the museum and understanding the risks can only help you in the worst scenario.
Thank you. I think we have the next question from Mohana.
Yes, thank you, Julie. So all of you from the audience as well as the panelists, they have mentioned clearly which stakeholders should be involved in conducting risk assessments. So my next question is, how many of you from the audience have actually seen a risk assessment or have been a part of a risk assessment for your institutions? So you can go to the same link and just reply in yes and no, or if you are not aware of the situation, you can also click don't know.
Mona, would you unlock the submission, please, from your...
Yes.
Thank you.
So you have very less time, just 5 seconds, and just yes and no, you can click your option.
We will do also here. Okay. Who said yes? Please raise your hand. Very few. Okay. So the next time, all the rest will be.
One more time unlock, Mohana. Let's give them a bit more time. 10 more seconds, audience.
3. Okay, very good. So
great.
All the others now, the next symposium will be also participating.
So I think we can clearly see that 40% of our audience have not been involved in risk assessment. So we sincerely hope that after this symposium and also after seeing the success stories from these 9 countries, you will all indulge in conducting one for your institution. My next question is actually for our panelists, especially the Brazil team, the Croatia team, and the Israel team. Once you have conducted your risk assessments, a major part of your field projects was to build scenarios, fire risk scenarios. And I think you have definitely come across many challenges, because while building a scenario, there are various factors that you have to add in and consider in order to have a very effective scenario. So may we know from you, and also for our audiences who are ready to take on this journey from after the symposium, what were your learning outcomes? What were some of the challenges that you faced? And how do you think these scenarios were useful in your case?
Can I talk?
Yeah.
Yes. The fire scenario, I think, is a communication tool, a very strong communication tool, because it gets an emotional side. It hurts. So when you imagine a heritage, a cultural heritage burning, and the time it takes to burn, etc., you have a very strong communication to communicate the global risk you have in front of you. This is the first aspect. It was not easy to build it, because in the beginning the methodological approach was a little bit strange for us. It was a new approach. We had to differentiate the hazards from the vulnerabilities, from the exposure. I had to study it all again after the course in order to build with Cynthia the risk assessment. Otherwise, we couldn't do it. So, but now we have applied the study case, the knowledge. It's much more clear. Maybe Thais can also say something.
Yes, I agree with you. The communicating is so much difficult, because we have to talk when you are from the museum. We have to talk with the community, with the fire department, with the whole crew of the museum. To act in emergency scenario is extremely hard. So I agree with this scenario is the museum scenario Museu das Bandeiras.
And
Great.
the other difficulty is that we need much more time to update everything we've done. Okay.
Can I add something from a Croatian point of view?
Yes, please.
So for me as a conservator, it was very, abstract thing. Like what is a scenario? How do you start? What's the starting point? How do you start this, imaginative thing? But fortunately, Mari, who's a firefighter, said, okay, we can do this together. And when we were preparing the scenario for our second workshop, when we tested the salvage and operational plan for the Sacral Museum, we introduced dice rolling into the scenario. And this was because, I felt that I was scared that people perhaps wouldn't find this subject interesting. And I was scared that they wouldn't follow, how the story was developing. And so I did a lot of research, and actually there's quite a lot of resources on how to incorporate fun into disaster risk management, education workshops, and so on. And so everybody, all the participants were so engaged into the activity because they were watching for the dice. For instance, if the dice gave them 1, the access to the building was free. If the dice gave them, I don't know, number 2, there was a car inappropriately parked, so they couldn't access the building, and so on. And it was also, there was an element of fun, but it wasn't a charade. It was, everybody was engaged, and you can see, for instance, from the photos of the workshop, how all the people, the city council members, the local authorities, the museum staff, everybody was so on edge to see like how more complicated this can be. And also I have to say that for both Marin and me who were writing the scenario, it was a lot of fun. So this whole process, of course you have to take a serious approach, and but it opens up, all the ideas. For instance, when we talk about the possible sources of fire, arson, for instance, is like the last thing that we think about. But in fact, statistics show that, especially in wildfires in Croatia, it's one of the top, causes of fires. So, and I don't know, Marin, perhaps if you have anything to add to this part.
Yes, I definitely agree with Jasna. It was a lot of fun. When, of course, the participants didn't know the dice was fixed, as you say. So all the time the scenario went as we planned, but that little part of the game was very fun and really got them interested. So I would definitely recommend that.
Okay, so Helena wants to add.
And from the audience, if I may add that the whole idea that to add some fun there takes away some of the, sometimes it can get very political when you're talking about vulnerabilities or weaknesses. And if you can hide them in the play a little bit, people can then, speak about things fearlessly. Because sometimes it can get very tense if you are sitting with your senior management and you are sitting with your community, as you were saying, in the Fingal County, where you have people who have lent objects to the museum, or so you would like to project an image of, trust, an image of taking care of all the problems. And so you cannot talk about weaknesses. So in those kind of environments, perhaps the gaming approach can work. But again, it's very context specific. So throwing back at the panel, more ideas, more insights.
I think we have Helena and then Jessica.
I just wanted to say, I suppose the scenario brings to life, kind of your fears, but it's cheap. It's no expense to it. So I think it's very important that you do it and pick the worst case scenario. Pick your nightmare and try it and see what the situation is, because it throws out the areas that you need to then concentrate on and rather than hide from it. So I think it's a very important tool to do. It really kind of helps the team to gel together to consider that, and makes you very aware of other considerations, especially if you have other expertise or other professionals or cleaners or anyone else, kind of that they have that insight into it. So I think it's free, it's not going to cost you anything to do it, and you need to do it. So yes, it's scary. I think it's hard because it makes you think I'm going to lose my building or lose my collection, but it's easy in one sense as well, because it's not difficult to imagine that. But definitely I would say everybody must do it for their site.
Thank you so much. So I think it's very clear. Yes, Jessica.
Sorry, I was gonna add, I think that also it's like human nature, and I think we have to be very aware that we're preaching to the choir. Like the people that are even now part of this conference, we are people that we are in a wired to think worst case scenario, what's the worst that can happen? And when you're actually thinking about emergency preparedness, it's not you. You have to actually get people on board. You have to get the other people that don't think like you. And I think we have to be aware that we're not the normative form of thinking, right? Most people are merry-go-lucky, rose-tinted glasses. So besides adding like a fun element, and like we try to do that with, okay, let's do a playlist, let's get people, because at the end of the day, you want everybody to be aware that, oh, you're passing a fire extinguisher, just check if it's full. You know, that's something we do. It's easy, and it's a way for people to start integrating the worst case scenarios, because even if you build the best worst case scenario in a real emergency, you will still have those unknowns, you will still have surprises. And so it's being aware that you're trying to get people on board to think worst case scenario, but also to be prepared for that, so that we can really minimize the damage to both heritage and like also, of course, avoid human loss. So thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. Mohana, would you like to, I see we have two hands up, Renee and yes, would you like to briefly, we also have many other questions dedicated to all of you. So yes, go ahead, Renee, and then Ximena.
Hi, thanks. I think just to add to everybody else's explanations, I think the key thing to take away from a risk analysis or any kind of risk assessment is looking at outside factors and internal factors. And I think that's where bringing in community or outside stakeholders is really critical to the exercise, because there's other outside factors that can really increase the level of risk. And it's outside of your control as somebody within that building or within the museum or the, or the building that you're trying to protect. So bringing in those external parties and thinking outside of the box really is critical to the success of your risk assessment, because in some cases you will get what they call cascading failures, right? So you may have something that happens in your building, however, it doesn't necessarily mean that something else is happening within your community. There may be road work or water works happening within your community that may affect ultimately how the fire service or even your emergency service can respond and operate within the context of an emergency. So I think that's the really biggest thing, that bringing in external stakeholders is critical to the success, and really to make it the most real and realistic possible.
Thank you. Ximena, would you like to add something? Do we still have her with us?
Yes, I think we do.
Yes, we do.
I think her video is frozen.
She might have lost connection.
Yeah, probably.
Yes. Ximena, can you hear us? I guess not. So we would move on to the next question. Julie, it's over to you.
Yes, just to check, I think also Mr. Nasi would like to add something.
I was thinking about a possible addiction to this kind of exercitation about the risk that you have to face in case of a disaster or anyway a fire involving a museum. We have done similar things in Italy, and we insert also the media attack. I mean, when you are in, you have a fire in a museum, you are going to have immediately news on the media, Twitter, these other things. So it's not a bad idea. I don't know if you ever thought about this, because we there are different options that you can have a statement after a few time, because if you don't speak, the other will speak for you, or otherwise wait until it's clear what is happening and then go on. Then you have to decide who is going to speak, who is going to prepare the statement. So this is another point that if, you know, really something happen, you will have to face for sure.
Thank you very much. So I think somewhat my next question was answered. So let me skip over that and actually get to the next one. This is specifically for Catherine and Jessica and Jasna, and everyone else is more than welcome to share their thoughts. Was it or is it expensive to conduct a qualitative or quantitative risk assessment to evaluate the fire risk? And in your own case, please share your own experience, because it would be very important for our audience to know what they can do if they want to implement this in their own context. What resources did you need? How did you manage? And this is something also that Jessica mentioned in her presentation, that you don't always need a lot of money to make impact and change. So let's begin with Jessica and then Catherine.
Well, I think we're working from and what you know. So there's a lot of easy things that you can. And I think that a lot of the presentations that we've seen through this two-day conference, a lot of people basically just made very good use of Excel. You start making a list, you start seeing how likely it is to happen, you start seeing what are the steps you can do, and even start budgeting there. Do you need how much do you need for something to take place, and what are the creative solutions you can find? Sometimes it really is you know, making sure there's a phone, like an old phone on where the guard is sitting to make sure he can do the call. That saves you a whole ton of money, and it's just making sure you have the right equipment where you have it. So I think you just have to be realistic with what are your needs and the amount of resources you have, and be creative. I think that what we've learned from a lot of the people here, that there's a lot of creative people, and like even now what Jasna shared now, you know, a die, how much does one die cost? And that already pushes the whole project into a new direction.
Thank you, that's absolutely wonderful. Catherine and then Jasna.
Okay, so answering, we didn't have any cost so far to do this qualitative risk assessment, but it was a cost in time during this year. Last year, Itamaraty, thanks to Cynthia, trained the volunteer fire brigade. So it has a cost, but it was last year. And now we are planning with Cynthia to do a fire simulation and salvage operation simulation in the next month. So for that, there is a budget that is being planned by the Itamaraty. So for the results you have seen, there were no costs.
Thank you. And Jasna, tips for our audience.
Yes, well, I can tell you exactly, you know, our whole project up to the symposium and the first national workshop cost around 220 euros. Of course, we are not counting our, you know, regular working hours and so on, and so many overtime as well. We had to pay for the things that we couldn't do ourselves, so things that we outsourced. The only things were the graphic design of the salvage plan that we later tested, and it was such a good investment because every time we had to bring to the, you know, upper management this whole project, that we came with a very nice polished plan that had already been tested and proved to work. Everybody was impressed, and as our chief fire commander said yesterday, you know, we came with a solution. So that was like a brilliant investment. And the other things was just materials, supplies for the workshop, and of course refreshments for the workshop. So so basically, I think it just depends on how invested, how dedicated you are to your vision. But when you see that you are making the change, when you see that everybody wants to help, for instance, we gave an interview at the local radio station, and after the interview, they said, and this was before the workshop with the citizens, and we didn't have enough applications for the workshop, and they said, okay, we'll make a jingle for you. You know, and we said, but we don't have any money. So they said, no, it's not a problem. We want to help you out. And so, you know, they send us this jingle on WhatsApp. We share it with all our contacts in Trogir. And, you know, the workshop is full within a couple of hours. So, you know, everybody wanted to be part of the project, and that kind of fuels it, you know. It propels you forward, and it's really, I mean, it's, as Jessica said, you know, things can turn around, and once they start, like domino effect, you know, things just open up.
Thank you. That is very, very helpful. Anyone from our panelists who would also like to add into the tips? Also our live audience. Yes, Ximena, go ahead. Floor is yours.
I only want to remark that the community is very important. The museum team also is very important. But in our institution in Chile, I don't know the reality in other countries, sometimes you could find that some units are doing the same in another department. So I think that we need to work inside our institution in a way to connect, to integrate resources that already there, you know. So for example, because of this workshop, I realized that some person at the National Conservation Center, they were working about these issues too. So I think that happens. Sometimes we are very willing to see other reality in another countries or in another group, but inside our institution, we are not willing to see. And maybe it could be a first step to do it in a way to use the resources that already are there.
Thank you. That is a very integral point. And I think the major tips that are coming out are talk to people, tap into the existing research, coordinate efforts to avoid duplication and to make the action much stronger, and just have that passion and involve communities, involve more people, and you will always have some help. And when you give your time and your energy and your passion, you can make change with or without financial resources. So thank you very much, panelists. I will now hand over to Linda for the next question.
Thank you so much. Actually, I think we made a nice introduction to a topic that is very close to my heart, and it is how to communicate risk. I know from firsthand experience how hard it can be to make people realize that the risks are there and that we need to put effort into reducing those risks. So is communicating risk to senior management difficult? This would be the first part of my question, and it would be also fascinating to hear what strategies have you used to adopt to share the outcomes of your assessment in order to reduce the risks. So maybe Hanan from Palestine could give us some insight on that from her side.
Actually, I'm not sure. Are you hearing me? Because you don't see me.
Yes, yes, yes. We
Yes, we hear you.
well.
Okay. Well, we didn't reach that stage in my situation. We didn't reach that stage to communicate with higher administrative levels about the risks. But I think they are already aware to some degree that there is risks and they should act towards them. Because from my side, it was considered somehow in the management conservation plan, and they took the action to include it in the next step for the site, and they are supposed to raise the funds necessary to install the fire system that is needed in the site. But actually, I faced another communication issue with the churches, with the 3 denominations in the site, because they were convinced that it's a religious place in the first place, and any intervention that comes from outside might affect their daily use of the site and their rights inside the site. And with and the intervention or the other management issue that is presented or proposed, it might affect their way of prayers and ceremonies and other things they used to do inside the church. That was a little bit obstacle at first, but I think we now passed this stage.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm sorry, Helena would like to answer.
Well, both Mark and myself, I suppose, are doing that. So it depends on your institution, and like my institution or my organization is not that big, and I have worked there for years, so I know the people in it. So we were fortunate in that it really was just timing rather than getting to senior management. So it was just over the summer, there was a lot of people on leave. So it was just trying to get the group together to have it, that you weren't speaking to an individual, that you were speaking to all the directors of services that had an interest in this. And that then once you had their agreement and their commitment and understanding, which they had immediately of the importance of this, that you knew you could go forward and bring this outside of the organization and try to bring it to the next level. So like for us, there wasn't a difficulty, but I don't know, there's, in different cultures and different, even within our own country, there would be local government organizations that would be more difficult to get to your senior management. So we were lucky in that there was an ability with the relationships that we had in-house to achieve that. And I think the same for you, Mark.
Very similar. And I think we also had like our pre-fire planning structure, so it's well established. So having the brigade involved at an early stage and visiting the site and bringing personnel and equipment is something that's a well-established process. And I think when you have that in situ, it makes things an awful lot easier for senior management, senior officers to visit the site and carry out exercises. So that was another positive that we had.
Yeah. So the only difficulty that we had is that personnel that we had the relationships with started to retire or move or be promoted. So, but we were, it's unfortunate in that it was still individuals within my organization that were being moved around, or the new people in the role were very open. So I can understand in certain circumstances, the hierarchy can cause difficulties. So I suppose it's keep knocking on the doors and keep asking.
Thank you so much. Renee, yeah, I just wanted to ask you, and there you are, you have raised your hand.
I think the greatest challenge, again, I think, is because we're so overwhelmed with other risk, other hazard, other daily activities happening within our organizations, happening just within our surroundings. And I work for a large organization, of over 6,000 employees. And the thing is, what you have to do is understand where does that fit within the context of the overall objective of your organization. So if you can plant the seed on, hey, this is actually part of our core mandate, and take little baby steps. right? And that's the thing, you don't want to overwhelm your upper management or senior management with these blowing statistics of fear mongering. Oh, the building's going to burn. We're going to lose everything. That typically doesn't work. Okay. Unless you have somebody that's very, very risk adverse, and then that works out. However, it's gauging your audience and engaging your audience and senior management to really bring them through the process, but be concise and also provide them with a solution. That's the biggest thing, is where you come up with a problem or an issue or a challenge, having that proposed solution or at least a direction to achieve that solution is really, really critical. And when you're engaging other members of your community, like the fire service or like Mark, in Ireland's case, it really brings credibility to what you're trying to achieve, because it's not just coming from that employee, that manager, or that curatory staff. It's actually coming from a collective of experts, and it brings credibility to what you're trying to achieve. And I think that's the key thing, is working outside of your comfort, but bringing the support, taking baby steps, and then providing a solution to the problem. So.
Thank you. So do we have any other comments on the audience in Trogir, maybe?
Yes, we have Luca Nassi who would like to add something.
A technique that could be used also could be, I don't know, at least in Italy, we have a lot of accident in the houses. Because, some people can think, okay, a museum, what's going to burn here? It's only a room with some paintings on the wall. So nothing, risky in the end. And if you start to speak about the fire, the problem, the accident that you can have in each house, this somehow can help. If you see at the statistics, at least in Italy, we have more accident in houses than in working place, which seems strange. But because people is not aware of the risks that you have, the minimal risk that you have inside your house. So also that can, I think it's important to, let the people understand that they work in a place that have not such a high probability to have a fire, by a very high magnitude of the eventual fire. And so you have to work a lot on reducing the occasion of the fire. And this is possible only if you speak with every person inside the activities, because you can have fire doors, but if you block it open, they will not work. Someone said that you can have the smoke detection, but maybe you turn it off because they give you to false alarm. So I think this is another point.
Thank you. We also have Ms. Tandon and Mr. Tonchi who would like to add. You could go first. Ladies first.
You don't know what you have done. You take responsibility. Well, my question is to more picking up the conversation from where Luca left it off. I think one of the important elements of risk communication is communicating the risk and the urgency to people who are or users of the heritage site, or people who are at a heritage site every day. And in that regard, I would like to understand from Yasna and Marine, because you played that citizens game that was a mixture of two types of activities that were introduced in the course, the disaster imagination game and the insight. And you made a mixture of that to suit your context. I would like to know from you, do you think after playing something like that, citizens or children or other people who are using Trogir as a historic city or living in it are more aware of the fire risk?
Yes.
Sorry, you're asking me or Marin in the audience, but we can both answer, I suppose.
Okay.
We were actually, sorry.
You go, yes.
I'll go first, and then you can add. We were actually very surprised how aware they were of everything, both the points of very valuable collections in town, the vulnerable points. They drew little hearts on buildings where, in case of heavy incident, there are more people at the same time, like school or kindergarten. And this is all the things that they were coming up on their own. So we were just facilitating. We didn't help them in any way. And the idea was that, for instance, if you want to do an operational plan on a city level and the firefighters have an idea of an evacuation direction, we're going to use this street. But then the people who are using this space have different patterns of moving through the streets. Maybe, naturally they will use a different street. And so there is a lot of coordination and exchange of information to be able to get to something that will really work on the ground. But it's also very, it's exciting process, and they were also enjoying it. The kids were playing with Play-Doh, and for instance, they were making little vehicles out of Play-Doh. They also took, one of the groups took the bridge down because the scenario was there's a big earthquake, and after the earthquake, there are different fires happening in the city, and they decide what the causes of fires are. They decide how the scenario goes. And so some of the kids even had ideas that the grown-ups didn't. For instance, they say, okay, there's a big earthquake, both the bridges are down. Do we have, fire brigade ships that will come and help and stuff like that? So I don't know, Marin, maybe you remember more in detail.
Yes, I think the workshop was very useful. I think it was more useful for us than for the citizens. We gained that perspective on people, but also based on Trogir experience, besides the workshop, we also did the pool questionnaire in the old Trogir core. And one of the questions were about the awareness of fire danger. And so based on that workshop and the pool, I can actually say that the citizens are aware of that danger that live in the Trogir area. We had a fire in the Trogir core last year. Maybe that is the result. Maybe that is that connection. But I think that we have to fill in the gap between because there were lots of questions about preventive measures. For example, do you find it a good idea to have a fire extinguisher at your house? Do you find it a good idea to have training with firemen? And the results were, very high in yes, of course, yes. But the other questions were, do you have a fire extinguisher at your house? Do you have any knowledge? Did you actually did any work with the firemen? And the results there were very low. So I think that gap is really the question we need to fill to have better understanding and to actively involve citizens. So I think that is maybe our next section, to actively involve the citizens in the workshop, in the small exercises with the firemen.
Yes, I would like also to support what Marin said. According to our experience, we also found out that few of people try to use the fire extinguishers, and we make some educations in that regard and ask people to raise the hand who has already used the firefighting extinguisher. Almost just few people raise the hand. I think that is a good way. So the other possible path is, according to our experience, is regarding the community. How to raise the awareness of risk among the community is communication through the councils of preventions. Councils of prevention, which are formed in many of cities in Croatia. And in that councils, we are getting together all the community, the representatives of schools, of kindergartens, of city companies, and we're spreading this idea among that circles in order to raise the awareness. And I can say from our experience that people react very good on these initiatives. That could be a path how to raise the awareness of the risk assessments among the local community.
Thank you very much. I know now that you're a bit tired, so we give you 30 seconds of rest because now we are going to rate. Okay, we are going to rate the risk drivers. So if Mona, if you can, thank you very much. So the question goes to the audience. You know, we are very kind with you. No, we give you also 30 seconds of peace. So you need to rate the following driving factor of fire risk. Mona, do they have already rate? Ah, they're very good. Look at the audience, huh? So I will say out loud.
Do not have the. Can you show the previous slide, like the rate, without the results? Can you show the first risk drivers?
I will read out loud.
Okay.
Because Mona, are you with us? Okay, I will read out loud.
Yes, I'm with you, and I'm trying to highlight the various factors. So Alessia, maybe you can read out. The first one is lack of training, and we can see the results already.
Go ahead. So lack of training. This is the. Then we have lack of waste management on site. Yeah. Lack of. What do you see here? Lack of dedicating funding for emergency response. Thank you very much for the help. Then we have in rows the increased exposure to fire risk like petrol pump. Then we have, I think, poor maintenance of infrastructure, very high. Then we have limited capacity to respond. Then we have arson and vandalism. Okay. And then the last was lack of adequate water supply. Okay. So we can see together all of them. So the I think the bigger one was the limited fund, isn't it? Limited capacity to respond. Okay. Yeah. Poor maintenance of infrastructure. Okay, we have a good audience. I think they were very attentive because usually it's what we always during also the course one says, oh, but we don't have fun, but actually we have shown that also without fun is it possible to do a lot. And now I will address a question to Mark. Okay, and the question is pick up 3 of these risk drivers, and please tell us how these risk drivers have contributed to the vulnerability of your museum, the one that was of your case study site. So the Newbridge House. You want that I repeat?
Yeah, please. Okay. Thank you.
So we have seen a lot of risk drivers in your experience during also this course. Okay, good. He has everything. Nice. What are the 3? Just pick up 3 and give us, what are the vulnerabilities that you have seen in your institution, which is the Newbridge House.
I think one of the first ones, Alessia, would have been just lack of training. From the very, very outset. Just in terms of the ability to understand the risks, keeping escape routes clear, storage, things like that, and managing the risk, all the various active measures, like making sure fire alarms are working correctly and fire extinguishers being tested, that kind of thing. And that would have been one of the first things that we found. But again, they were kind of quickly addressed once we found them, like working together, working with the team. Everyone responded very well. There was lots of engagement. Cathal carried out training with staff, and that worked very, very well. And then the feedback was very positive from that as well. So that would have been one of the first things. The second thing is definitely funding. I think funding is probably an issue for the majority of us on the course. I think funding plays a major role in trying to establish systems. But in saying that, you can do an awful lot without funding. It's just when it comes to things like putting in active systems, perhaps fire detection and alarm, emergency lighting, that kind of thing, passive fire protection, making sure you've got compartmentation and fire stopping and things like that, that can be quite expensive. And then if you've got to replace a lot of things, like for example, you might have to replace linings or electrics, or you might have to add a hydrant or provide enhanced fire brigade access or make changes. That would require lots of funding. So funding can be a difficult one as well. But I think down through communications and raising awareness and working alongside management, once those things are raised, they can be addressed. And I think a lot of the work like Yasna and Marin have done showed the way for that. And I think they set a good benchmark. One of the third things, I suppose, we're lucky in the sense that we have capacity to respond. We don't have issues, you know, with say maybe narrow street networks and things like that. Our water supply wouldn't be an issue. But vandalism and arson play a role. You know, they're things that we have to work with the community, raising awareness, protecting our properties, understanding the local area, working with the council through partnerships and through the various stakeholders and bodies. And that's something that probably we will all encounter at some stage, arson and vandalism, and it's working towards addressing that, be it with CCTV as well on site, security. But I think if you can do it in a proactive way and engage early on, that goes an awful long way to reducing the risk of arson and vandalism.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very thoughtful. And we now go to Moona.
Yes.
We go to the risk mitigation and reduction and preparedness part. Now focus on this.
Thank you, Alessia. So my next question is related to a very special feature that is present in all the projects of the Prevent teams. What made all of these projects special is that every task was done with a very small budget, or sometimes not even any funding available, as Jasna said, with $220 and so. So I want to know from Helena and from the Ireland team, and from Thais from the Brazil team, if you can share with us some of the measures, give us 2 to 3 measures that you took which did not require big funding. So maybe we can start with Helena and then we can move on to Thais.
Yeah, exploit your phone book, your connections, call on every favor you can, promise everything back to them. Maybe not deliver on that, but yeah, I mean, we all have, you know, because in our career, we have met people, and even like what Yasna said there, kind of an aside with an interview resulted in something beneficial. So it's trying to see that, like, when you are trying to get the information out, is there any favors that can be done for you and that you can do back? And it's giving, you know, communication time to a radio station that they need to fill, and that's a great benefit back. So definitely kind of just your relationships, and always trying to have good relationships with individuals in the different sectors. And then this is the other thing that I found fantastic and was free was the fire scenarios, and really exploiting those and utilizing those. So I mean, they're what I can think of off the top of my head quickly. So next person.
Okay. Thais, would you like to highlight this? And then I would also like to ask Ximena to give us an answer of this question. Thais, are you there with us? If not,
yes.
we can. Okay, perfect.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, sure. So my question was, we saw from all your presentations that every measure you took did not require a huge budget, or it did not require, you know, a lot of money. So we want to know from you in your project, if you can give us 2 to 3 measures that you took which did not require a lot of money, but was quite effective in the end.
Okay. The 3 strategies to mitigation measures was in the museum is training the team with the fire department, turn off the equipment, don't left the flammable cleaning liquids inside the building, and education strategies with the crew of the museum and the community.
Thank you so much. This is such an important point that attitudinal changes and training does not require money, and it's quite a capacity for an institution. Ximena, can I ask you as well this same question?
Yes, of course. I would like to say that as a public servant, because we work for the Ministry of Culture, we used to do a lot of unpaid activities. It's something very common for us. We used to work during the Saturday or Sunday. Is something very natural for us to do. So we are not expecting money contribution in a way. And also because we live in Chile, Chile is a very small, sorry? And another one is that because we live in Chile, we used to figure out everything with no economic resources. We need to figure out with other resources. It could be another colleagues, it could be also the willing of our museum team to participate, because we have living in this kind of condition our life, you know. So I think that it has a very positive side, because in that way we need to be very creative, you know. We need to think other ways to do this stuff. So I think that is very good in a way. For that reason, I show that we need to think about this kind of plastic, this kind of blankets, you know, because we know that we don't have the resources. We don't have the resources now and in the future. So I think it's positive in a very good way.
Thank you so much. This is so interesting and so important, and I hope the audiences are also, getting involved in this discussion. If no one has any other questions or something to add,
sorry,
if any other tips, yes.
Sorry, Julie, I suppose the third thing I should, the most important one, is that until we did the courses, we hadn't realized that the free fire plan visits by the fire service were available to us. And that is essential, you know, kind of that we never thought to ask for it. And that opened up those ideas, the fire blanket as well, which, you know, Thais, you know, could use for her cross, that you actually, instead of trying to remove the item from your building, you actually try and put something in that can be pulled easily over it. So like, I would hope that that's available to a lot of different countries out there, you know, the fire services, they can offer it. That, you know, unbeknownst to us, you didn't need to pay for fire consultants in one sense. The fire brigade will willingly come and help you and give you lots of ideas, because they're looking around, getting petrified themselves at your site too. But I think we all learn from each other. So just to kind of say that for people who haven't and aren't aware of that facility.
And I would like to add something, and because we are a very, very small team, and I have a background in fine arts and museology, I'm not the conservator. So I'm not the firefighters, I'm not many other things. So I need to learn a little bit of everything, because many times I have to do that stuff, even though it's not my job. I have to do it. It's because we are a so small group. But for me, it is very important to get the job done. So I know a little bit of everything, you know, but I'm not complaining. I think that is very good, because at the end it's knowledge.
That's so beautifully said. Thank you, Ximena. Anyone else wants to add something?
Maybe
yes.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I go. No, it was only to. I would like to say that, especially if you have, there is a measure that doesn't cost nothing that could avoid in Italy and also in Europe many of the major fire we had. And it's when you have renovation works going on, if you take a walk of where the works are going on, like 1 hour, 1.5 hours after the contractors left the place. That is a very effective way to discover a smoldering fire that can easily be the starting of a big fire, and that usually can occur when you have hot works or something like this. So also that is a very smart thing to do, and it doesn't cost nothing.
Thank you so much. Renee, you wanted to add something?
I think one thing that we have to also remember is that the majority of the people here today at this conference are seen as leaders within their organizations, their management. And that really helps you, again, to reduce the cost by setting the example. And I think that's the least expensive way that you can have a significant effect on culture of safety, fire prevention measures, and bringing awareness to what we're talking about, the risks, the hazards of fire, to your staff, to your employees. And that costs nothing. It just costs a little bit of your time. But as a leader, it really comes down to us and yourselves to be there and demonstrate that leadership. So I think that's one key thing that's really, really important to take away from this is we are there to help out, to lead by example.
Well, so Mohana, I think we might have to wrap up quite quick. So if you could just share screen and let the audience answer your question, and we'll move on to the last 2 questions, and they're quite dedicated questions. So first is for Mark, Marine, and Renee, as well as Mr. Luca. What are some of the main challenges you face in communicating with heritage professionals? I mean, this course brought you 2 together, but I'm hoping it's not, I think it's not as easy to be multidisciplinary and be on the same common ground, especially also custodians or caretakers. And from your experience, what are the suggestions you have to improve this intercommunication? And the same question for the heritage professionals, but just let's try to keep it as brief as possible.
I think from our experience, what we found from the course was that understanding each other's roles and responsibilities. So having an understanding of a historical property, a cultural site, the significance it has for the area, the community, your national significance, understanding that, as opposed to it just being a property that maybe we wouldn't have had direct involvement with in the past, in the same way as you might have when you're looking at maybe new buildings and buildings where you have an alteration or an extension, where you might have a dedicated process for like building control. You may have a system of approvals, there's a whole variety of systems. But in terms of the heritage properties, we also think of large historical properties in our cities, like our large museums or large cathedrals, are areas that we're well aware of. We're advertised, they're in the media regularly, but there's an awful lot of historical properties and cultural areas of significance that are actually outside of the main bodies, main cities in our counties and further out. And it's that familiarization with our crews and that familiarization with the curators, the management team, the operator, the owner, and other areas that we felt is things we wouldn't be aware of. If you have, say, for example, filming or a special event that's taking place in a heritage property, how do you manage that? And how does the operator manage that? But again, it's reaching out to your local fire service, your local authority. And the same as I said there, I think you can get a lot of information without a lot of expense from your local services, from your public service provider. and engaging with them in a way that's, in some ways, from my experience from this course, is that it's communication. It's about people. It's about friendships. Everyone wants is in the same boat. Everyone wants to protect the property in their area. So it's generating that understanding and commitment. And I think from our side as well, but it's been very positive, the feedback that we've had from Newbridge House and our team, Helena, Breed and Carl, and all the stakeholders, that everyone is interested. So it's, I think, to take another leaf out of maybe Yasna's and Aaron's book, is to bring fun into it too. So I think I'll say no more because I'm conscious of time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we're going to go with Renee and then Marine. And for heritage professionals, we'd like to hear from Jessica and Catherine. You've been quite quiet for the last few minutes. So yes, Renee and then Marine.
I don't think I can add too much to what Mark said. As a fire protection practitioner myself, it is educating myself, but through communication with the people that are involved in heritage and conservation, because it's difficult to know everything about everything. And I think what happens is, again, is having an open mind to what's important to others, while complementing what's important to you as a fire protection practitioner. You soon realize that your objectives are both actually lined up very closely. Again, it's all about the protection of the building and protection of the people and the contents. So I think it's just about communicating and being open and available. Again, that's the one biggest thing. I have a team of two, one fire protection engineer and myself, that's responsible for every single asset, every single national historic site, national park, and 5 municipalities that we maintain, own, and operate within our national park system. So it's being open and being receptive, but communication. That's the emphasis, and Mark hit it right on the spot. So, thank you.
Thank you, Marine, and also Mr. Luca, of course.
Yes, of course, I agree with everything my colleague said. I think I didn't have that problem, so it is very difficult for me to say, but I think a problem could be a different perspective on heritage, because by default, I think the heritage people try to protect and keep the heritage building as it is, to keep its original value, while the firemen watch how to mitigate, how to put out fires, more operational look on the building, on the heritage itself. So that may be a problem, but we didn't have that problem because we found a common goal to protect, to mitigate. So I think, of course, communication and education, both firemen and conservators, museums, is very, very important.
Thank you, Mr. Luca.
Yeah, for me, we had issues speaking with heritage people. I don't want to deny this. And I think it's very important, as everyone said, to speak together and have the chance, like this one, to share informations, because the problem exists. It's important, to understand that it's a problem. It's not the only problem that a conservator has, obviously, because they have other goals, other things. But you must consider also that. And so it's depends also, depending also from the experience, also the people from the heritage side had, and the same from the fire department. So we must find a common track, let's say. And the problem is real. We are starting, to work, and I think this is the only way we have really to be together around the table, speak about this problem, putting on the table the different perspectives, and find a solution. This is the only way we have to follow.
Thank you. Thank you. So according to our fire specialist, it's more about finding a common ground, finding a common language, common passion, and common goal. And let's see what the heritage professionals have to say. Jessica and then Catherine.
Being thrown into the flames. Now I think that it's been said very well. say it's exactly the whole point is that you're in a room with experts, and it's listening to your experts, and in a way that it's also, you can always use it to your advantage. I don't know any heritage professional that says, oh, maintenance is not important, and any person coming from fire prevention will also say that. So you can actually use it to your advantage to give backing to what you're already been saying, but then it's not only because I was worried about one object. Now you can bring it to a bigger scale and say it's the whole collection, it's the whole building, and then it's not only you saying that, but it's also the other experts at the table. So I think that it's instead of you being one lone voice, it's actually making sure you build a proper chorus that will just give you more backing. And I think it's also, from my perspective as a conservator, sometimes it's difficult because you actually have to break it down. Like, think about even like priority lists. They sound so counterintuitive, right? Because at the end of the day, I want to make sure that everything that is in the building, everything that is in my storage is properly preserved. So when you tell me make a list, it's like, wait, we want everything here. There's a reason why it's in storage. But when you actually break it down, then you're also saying, okay, what can happen and how I also start prioritizing, but from both sides, because it also makes you break it down on what you have to do, but also provides the other people that have to help you come up with a solution. Okay, what is viable and what isn't, where we can say, okay, here we need fire blankets, here we need to have fire retardants, here we need to just, you know, instead of manage risk, manage loss, but it's part of that as well. So I think it's making sure that you use it to your advantage, because at the end of the day, I think the goal when we're talking about heritage, it's a collective goal. So I hope that answered the question.
Absolutely. Thank you. That was very interesting. Catherine, and also if we still have Hanan with us, she could share her perspectives.
Okay. Before the prevent course, fire was a big risk, but an abstract risk for me. I couldn't figure out how it happens in a building, how it could begin. Of course, we know that electrical hazards can begin an ignition, but I had no idea of the phenomenon, of the physical phenomenon. So this was very important to know much more about it, to learn about it. I was very focused on deterioration problems, on the parts of the buildings. It was much more difficult to have a global view, as Jessica said before. With this course, we have now a much more global view of the fire risk, of the risks, all the other risks in general, because this is a way of thinking. So the fire risk as a multi-component phenomenon is much more clear to me now. So much more concrete. So that's it.
Thank you very, very much. Hanan, do we still have you with us?
Yes, I am. Unfortunately, you cannot see me. I don't know why, but I can see you and I can talk. Well, actually, in my case, I do not consider myself a heritage professional because I have very small experience in the field. But when I first invited our ministry staff, they considered themselves actually professionals, and they have previous knowledge, and they do not need extra knowledge in the fire and fire mitigation strategies. That was really an obstacle, and also there was very limited participation from the heritage conservators, and also another section was really involved in the site because they are there almost 24 hours. The inspection team, they also were not welcoming the training. They did not consider that some of the activities or the work is part of their work. I, for myself, and tried to convince them that even if you cannot protect the heritage itself, you can act and protect people who exist there during the accidents or the crisis or the fire whenever it occurs. So we can convince them from this side that to protect humans.
Yes. Right.
That's what I tried to do with them, and somehow some coordinated with me and participated in the sessions.
That is absolutely wonderful. Thank you so very much. I will hand over to Linda to conclude the session. I'm sure everyone is very, very tired, but we are so close to the end. We're almost there. Linda, over to you.
Yeah, it's quite sad to wrap it up, but we have to. But still, for the final question for some of you, just with one word, try to put it in one word. What did you learn from each other through this Prevent course, as a team from across cultures? So maybe, let's say, Mark from Ireland could reflect with one word.
One word.
Commonality.
Thank you.
Thank you. How about Renee? What would you say?
Collaboration.
Thanks. And Catherine, let's also throw the ball to you.
Exchange.
So thank you so much. We have 3 nice words in a row as well. And Dewey, I'm gonna throw it now back to you.
Yes. Okay. I think we're gonna close now with Aparna's last words. Ms. Aparna Tandon, if you would like to. Well, I think while we're waiting for her, why don't we let everybody give us one word? Oh no, here we are. Here we are. Yes. Yes, we have the conclusion statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, panel, for a wonderful last session. I thank all of you, all the participants of Prevent, as well as participants joining us online. I would like to say that during the 2 days of this international symposium, we have received very rich and diverse information from Brazil, Croatia, Chile, Australia, Italy, Ireland, Israel, Palestine, and USA. So many countries have joined us. All presentations have underscored the importance for cross-disciplinary exchange for assessing risks, as well as developing effective risk mitigation strategies at local level. Furthermore, presenters have also highlighted that for sustaining ongoing risk management at heritage sites, we need to develop common objectives, speak one language, unify efforts of risk prevention specialists, heritage professionals, emergency responders, and local municipalities and governments. Early warning and good leadership are, as well as joint drills, joint exercises, are crucial to successful risk management plan. We have learned that in this room. Use of fire retardants on historic food and buildings, they were, so we cannot unfortunately change the heritage too much. We cannot use fire retardants. We still have to do some more research on how we can, strengthen our materials or take away the material vulnerability of heritage away. So this advice was given to us that we have to use these kind of new products that are coming up on the market with caution. But on the other hand, the use of technologies was really highlighted, and adapting building codes for fire safety to heritage places was also an advice given to us. Using risk modeling applications for visualizing fire risk and developing all possible scenarios were also some of the key aspects which our speakers have brought forward. Our teams, for example, the team from Croatia has given us an excellent example of multi-pronged action involving national and local decision makers, professionals drawn from the fields of heritage, fire risk management, and civil protection. Their actions have included joint workshops, amazing joint workshops with fire department and city officials, as well as citizens to better understand the fire risk, identify both vulnerabilities and capacities, In parallel, they have also successfully advocated for upscaling this effort by enhancing capacities and organizing a national course for firefighters and cultural heritage professionals, which will start here. That all of the key officials from the Culture Ministry and from fire department as well as civil protection were in this room is a testimony to the exceptional and outstanding work done by our Croatian team. The team from Ireland, through their case study, have highlighted how multidisciplinary input is helpful for designing effective risk mitigation for heritage sites while respecting existing legal frameworks and trying to slowly bring heritage actors as well as actors from other sides and governments at a local level or at a national level together. And sometimes this can take a longer time and not enough in the 6 months, although the Croatian team has, surpassed the task that they had set at the beginning. The teams from Nigeria, Israel, Palestine, Brazil, Canada, and Chile have given examples of simple measures as well as, some of the tools that they have used to their advantage. And using measures as use of blankets, fire blankets, sand, teaching security guards how to act in an event of a fire to enhance preparedness. And these measures do not cost much, but can significantly help to reduce the impact. Our expert guest speakers have also highlighted such measures. And I think now with our recordings, which will be made available online on ICROM YouTube channel, as well as I think on Croatian channels, this would help all the others who have joined us and are striving to reduce fire risk at their heritage places. We hope to take this discussion forward, so this is not finished, and the insights gathered to develop another Prevent course with a follow-up on-site work and another symposium in 2024. We hope that the teams from Croatia, Chile, Brazil, Nigeria, Canada, Ireland, Israel, and Palestine will join us in delivering the next Prevent course. We would also like to invite them to work with us on a publication with case studies and case studies, as well as some discussions, as well as cool tips and tools, some easy to use strategies, so that we can share this collective learning with a wider audience. We hope that, like Croatia, other teams will also be able to organize national Prevent workshops, for which ICROM's FAR program will be happy to offer support. I take this opportunity to thank all of our Prevent project partners from Estonia, Italy, and Sweden. I will not name them individually here. We are grateful also to the Ministry of Culture and Media of Croatia, the Fire Department, and the Civil Protection Department, as well as the City of Trogir. Our special thanks to Ms. Jasna Popovic and Mr. Marin Buble. Without their untiring efforts, this symposium would not have been possible. Last but not the least, I would like to express gratitude to the ICROM FAR team, Linda Lenovo, Alicia Strozzi, Juhi Ambani, Mohana Chakraborty, and Joao Pedro Otuni for their unfailing support and coordination of this hybrid event. I thank you all for for joining us online as well as here in person, and we look forward to a very successful national workshop after this symposium. Thank you.